Hi friends, welcome in. Alice decided we're playing Fall Guys first. Boop. Hang on, stuff is happening. Why is all my crap logged out? Go chicken go! Go chicken go! Sorry, we were watching that Chicken Attack song. It's freaking hilarious, okay? 9030. Go chicken go! Alright, cool. Super duper! Now load Fall Guys, because Alice said she wants me to play. Fall Guys! There we go. Hi, TNL. Hi, Nico. Hi, buddies. Hi, buddies!
Hi, buddies.
Sweet baby Jesus. Why the fuck is this game not loading? Go chicken go! Go chicken go! I really seriously cannot get this song stuck out of my head, and we just listened to the goddamn thing. Chicken attack! Chicken attack! Oh. Alright, Epix, what's your fucking problem? Yeah, I did.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh, okay. Xbox Network. I know I got that.
Hello, Alice.
Nico
Hi,
says, hi,
Alice.
poopy face.
Hi there.
Hi there. Hey there, hi there, ho there. How you doing today? Yeah, I fucking have. Oh my god. Just run the goddamn where is it? Where's my Xbox whatever? Where's my Xbox doodad? Where is it? Let me find it. I know how to read the alphabet. There it is. Xbox. No, you don't need to hear from me, you ass bag. The fucking shit! Where's my... There it is. Yeah, I'm trying, buddy. Why is my Xbox... There it is. So fucking full size. Did it again. Where's my fucking library? There it is. There, now you're smaller, taking up my whole fucking screen. Play. Epic, you are an ass bag. I'm gonna play you through Steam then. Play! Ah, it's gotta be through the Epic? But Epic says I don't know it. It's being a donk. This is why I didn't want to play Fall Guys. Because it keeps doing weird shit. And I have to go through all this all over again. But I shouldn't fix it anyway because me and Javi play it all the time. So. Go chicken go. Go chicken go. You better watch your non-chicken ass. Go chicken, go. Ooh. Go chicken, go. Ooh. Yeah, fucking sign me in, you ass.
Hello, Alice. Hi, Alice.
Silver says, hey girl, hey. Alice is waiting to watch
Hi.
anime, y'all. And Sausage is down the hallway angry because Alice isn't over here playing with her. Finally! Alright, Alice will be watching anime. Y'all will not be watching anime because I'll get DMCA'd for that. But you can watch me play Fall Guys. Go see what Sausage wants, please. Did you close the bathroom door again and she can't get to her toilet? Because she sounds like she's upset about something. Go check the bathroom door and make sure she can get to her toilet. Is she just sitting there yelling? Yeah, she's just sitting there yelling. Well, that's not helpful, is it? Alright, and Alice wants campfire cooking, but y'all are not allowed to have that, so y'all are gonna watch some motherfucks make some fucking dessert or some shit. Oh, yeah. How about freshly baked bread or whatever? Tap it. Fuck yeah, that sounds good. Y'all can watch this bullshit. Fuck yeah. Watch this bullshit. Go chicken go. No, not anime. You're not allowed to watch that. Go chicken go. Ooh. But you will hear it. And it's in English because it's Alice. So. Alice, I'm ready for you. And she said she wants me to play Fall Guys. I'm not going to be able to play Fall Guys if she wants to watch her goddamn anime. Because it overlaps with hers. But whatever. We'll see. Go chicken go. Ooh. Go chicken go. Ooh. Come on, Alice.
Oh, welcome, heroes.
Our prayers have been answered. The heroes received our summons and now they're here to help us.
Ready.
Excuse me, would you allow me to appraise what kinds of abilities you've received? Incredible! A holy sword wielder! What amazing potential! Sacred magic! On top of that, you have the ability to use lightning, wind, ice, and light magic! What a comprehensive range!
I beg
Alice,
you, please
your
save
anime
the
is
Kingdom
ready.
of Raysager. You heroes from another world are our only hope.
Wait, what did she say? We've been summoned to another world?
Oh. I like
Let's see.
these.
Tsuyoshi Makoto, 27 years old. His unique skill is
Dia de los
online
Muertos.
grocery.
Oh, I like those. Those are cute. I like those.
Hold on.
Oh my god, I'd rather have the Muertos fucking birds.
that's the
Oh,
only
look at the
skill you
Muertos
have.
birds.
I hope.
The other three seem completely
Maleficent!
Pardon me.
Hell yeah, I
If
need
someone is
her.
summoned to our world, you'll need to meet His Royal Majesty.
Well,
Lead
look
the
away
way.
while I put more money on this
Since
game,
ages
okay?
past, the Demon King has been known to terrorize our kingdom on occasion. Would you
Ducky.
heroes lend us your strength to preserve peace throughout the land? Only the Demon King himself possesses the power to return you all from whence you came.
I won't stand by and allow the Demon King to make the innocent suffer.
Oh, does this mean...
If my power can be of any use, right?
This story isn't adding up. May I say something?
No matter how you slice it, I'm not a hero. And I'd
No
probably
looking.
just get in everyone's way if I stayed. Sorry, I know you're desperate for help.
The online grocery
But if
guy,
possible,
huh?
I'd like to try to live a quiet, simple life in this world.
No peeking.
They gave me 20 gold. I appreciate the gesture regardless, but I wish I knew how much or how little this is worth.
Hey, look at that guy. Never seen this all that before. He must not be from around here.
Shoot, I stick out like a sore thumb. I need to find a change of clothes before I can start gathering info.
Sure. Have a nice day.
Fucking annoying.
I'll tell you if you give us some food.
I picked these fresh just this morning.
Good luck finding a better price in this area.
Buddy, if you're not gonna come watch your bullshit, I'm gonna turn it off.
My hero. For a kingdom in trouble, their royals sure are extravagant. Got a feeling I shouldn't linger here too long. Alright then. Let's see. Status open. Whoa. That's amazing. I've seen this happen in anime before, but it feels totally different in person. Level 1 skills, appraise, and another called item box. Oh, looks like I don't have to worry about lugging things around. As for my unique skill, it's still online grocery.
Woo woo! Alright, now you can watch again.
Activate
Here we go.
online grocery! Why didn't it work? Don't tell me it's broken.
Oh, you ready to watch your
A
anime now?
website popped up.
Hang on, let me bring it up so that you can see it.
I should buy some water first. Drinking water from
I don't
foreign
want that.
places can cause stomach issues.
I want these.
Next, I should get
Muertos
something
y
to eat that's
birdies.
ready-made.
And Maleficent.
Balance.
Maleficent.
Her!
That's
Maleficent!
that's
Mm-hmm. Quacky bath?
That was fast.
Do I need a quacky bath?
Whoa. This skill is amazing! It's not useful in combat, and the higher-ups didn't have a frame of reference for online shopping. But this skill's really strong. I won't go hungry if I have money, and I bet there's a way
I
I
don't
could
like
use this
any of
skill
these
to bring
ones. They're
some in.
dumb.
So in that case,
Me.
I should get out of this country as soon as possible.
Knockout.
There's
Duos.
a town called Keels near the border of the kingdom.
30 times and explore.
Thanks a bunch,
Alright.
kid.
Wagon bound for Keels, about to leave.
Please wait for me.
Aboard.
Can I come too?
I gotta say, you're quite the lucky one, pal. You got the last seat.
You're a lifesaver. Are you a traveling merchant? What kinds of wares do you plan on selling in Keels?
Oh, I managed to get my hands on some soap.
That sounds interesting.
Why, of course, it's a very luxurious resource.
Do you carry them in your item box?
Heavens, no!
Mama?
I carry my wares in this backpack.
Where's Suey?
Only about 1 in 1,000 people.
They
have
haven't
the
met her
good
yet.
fortune to obtain
He
the
just
item box
he just
skill.
got
Oh, I
here.
see.
Do you want it to
So
skip
then,
to where
what
Suey
about a
is?
skill called appraisal?
That would be
Okay. This is when they meet Suey.
I never would have imagined cooking a cockatrice could make it so delicious.
The trick is to fry its skin side down until the skin gets super crispy. And drizzling a bit of soy sauce into the lean butter takes it to a whole nother level.
This is lighter in flavor than the rockbird, but quite good all the same.
I bet they're kind of like the difference between chicken and duck. Both of them are delicious in their own way.
He thinks I should hunt another rockbird.
I was wondering something. Do you use magic when you're hunting monsters?
I typically use my claws and teeth, but magic can be an efficient method of dealing with many small foes at once.
I see.
I'm most adept in the use of wind magic, of course, having received the blessing of the goddess Ninria.
Wow, actual magic! That's a first for me!
Ooh.
The barrier I placed on you was magic too.
Oh. It didn't feel very magic-y, I guess. Hey, do you think I might be able to use magic?
Perhaps if you possess magic power.
You want it to be all the way to where Sui is
Let's
talkies?
see, magic.
Because when they first meet her, she doesn't talkie.
You know, looks like I actually do have some. But how do I use it, though?
It's simple. To use magic, you merely think about it. I told you. If you wish to use wind magic, think about using wind magic. Likewise, if you prefer to use...
My proud servant Fenrir.
Here.
Followed by the fish, sprinkled with salt and
Now
pepper
they meet
from
Sui.
shimeji and enoki mushrooms, and finally a drizzle of sake and a bit more butter.
She still makes that noise.
That's a good boy. Next, fish meuniere. Salt and pepper the desired cuts of fish, and let them sit. Then pat them dry. Add a thin coat of flour, and grill. Looking good.
Hey, I believe these have been cooked sufficiently.
Dinner is served. What are you doing? You have to open the foil first.
Oh, that aroma! Was it trapped inside?
I guess I'll start with this.
I don't understand.
Yummy! Crispy and flavorful. I approve.
And with my meal, I'll have this! A nice cold beer! Sometimes I really get a craving for one. This one goes great with the mushrooms and really warms you up. The meuniere isn't fishy at all, and the tartar sauce is perfect. Hate to toot my own horn, but nailed it. I'm in an endless loop of infinite happiness.
Hey, I'm out of food. Time for seconds. More of the wrapped ones, as well as the ones covered in this white substance.
The tartar sauce, you mean? Yeah, it's great stuff. Here, chow down on these while I make some more.
As delicious as these fish are, I could eat an entire lake's worth.
Not happening. I'm so full.
No! Ah, ball sack.
Drinking outside like this, I feel like we're camping.
Is one able to eat fish like this whenever one is camping?
Well, that depends.
Meats? Silly.
It's a slime?
So it seems.
I thought you made a barrier.
Perhaps it was already here when the barrier went up.
Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose?
How embarrassing to fear something too weak to even be called a small fry.
Yeah, fine. I'm a pathetic weakling. So slimes don't attack, is that the deal?
A slime of that level is prey, nothing more.
It's cold and jiggly, just like jelly. It's so cute. Let's see your stats.
The baby slime.
Pretty weak. 3 days old, huh? It wouldn't stand a chance against other monsters. Hey, is it trying to tell me it's hungry? I wish I had something to offer you, but unfortunately we're all out of food for now. It eats trash.
The slime will eat anything, even rocks.
No kidding? Oh, can't eat that! Or this!
Oh, yeah, this is yeah, this is a bullshit level.
Wow, you're really something. You took care of all the trash. Excellent job. What? Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, you know, for a monster, you're pretty friendly.
It's done. That thing has already become your familiar.
But I didn't make a contract with it.
It was that slime's fervent wish to become your familiar. You accepted its feelings. That is enough to create a contract. Take a look at your status.
Yep, there it is.
What are you waiting for? Why don't you give it a name?
Let's
His
see.
name is Dave.
A name for a slime.
Dave.
Suey! Your name is now Suey.
Roberto.
R18.
Stone bullet!
Not very good at that, are you?
I'm not a genius like you are. It's taken me this long to even use a magic other than fire.
You learn to use fire through hands-on experience. Perhaps another such exercise would yield results here.
Not a chance! I'm never going through that again!
All right then, have fun being hopeless at using earth magic.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that was mean. That's my water.
Oh, fuck.
Wow, you've gotten bigger, haven't you, Suey? And leveled up a lot in just a few days. I hadn't thought about it, but maybe eating otherworldly items has a similar effect to eating otherworldly food. Having Suey eat all our trash has actually been a huge help. My item box was turning into an otherworldly garbage heap.
Hey! Hey! It seems I've grown hungry.
Some things never change. We did have an early lunch, okay?
I'd like meat.
No kidding. And you get some too, Suey. Miso marinated orc bowl. This one's pretty simple. I prepped the orc meat yesterday, then I let it marinate.
Delicious! I've had good orc meat before, but this is exquisite!
Listen! Well, eat up, Suey. Not the bowl, though. Only the stuff that's in it. There you go. Now, my turn. Orc meat is so tasty! And it really absorbed the miso! Outstanding! The cabbage is a perfect addition.
not a portal.
The texture is great, and it evens out the flavor, too!
I want more. And don't skimp on the meat this time.
Already? You like it, Suey? You want seconds too, huh? Come to think of it, orc meat doesn't seem the least bit weird to me anymore. Guess that means I've gotten used to the food over here. What all did Suey eat today? I'm pretty sure it was just dinner and an empty bottle. Oh, picked up some buffs. I get it. So eating food can temporarily boost your stats, but it doesn't have
Where'd
any
it
effect
go?
on your level.
No, it's this way.
Now that Suey's
and
learned to
down.
dissolve dirt selectively, I can sit back and relax while it does the dishes for me. Which also means I don't have to waste water or soap. What a good kid. Thank you, Suey.
Oh, I found the way out. Whoop, whoop! I didn't hate this one, but it was weird.
You work hard and get just as big as Fel. Oh yeah, let's celebrate your first meal. You want to? I've got just the thing. For tonight's dessert, dorayaki!
It's pancakes with stuff between it.
So relaxing.
No, the cup is just tea. The little pancake is called
unlike the
dorayaki.
sweetbread I've eaten before. So fluffy on the outside, but the dark beans inside are significantly sweeter.
It's red bean paste. That anpan was filled with it too. But that was crushed kosher.
Anpan is
whereas this is chunky
bread
sugo.
with beans.
Completely different textures, aren't they?
You've got to make more koshion at once so I can compare them while it's still fresh in my mind!
Some other time, all right? Sui, this is your first time eating sweets. You like it? I'll take that as a yes.
Oh, well, no. Ah, shit. Let's try this side. What?
Finally, you're awake. I have something important to discuss with you. Get up at once.
What's the big emergency? You got a stomachache?
Quite impossible. Hear this. Last night, I received a divine message from Ninria, goddess of wind.
Ninria, goddess of wind? That's the same goddess who blessed you, isn't it?
To that point, you were jealous of my blessing and wished for your own, correct?
I mean, yeah, of course. Wait, what are you saying?
Your wish successfully reached my goddess. What's more, she is prepared to grant it.
Ah, you horse butt!
Ninria?
There is but one condition. 'Tis her desire that she receive a weekly prayer offering to be comprised of otherworldly sweets.
Well, that's awfully specific.
Unfortunately,
Boss!
it's impossible for you to receive a full blessing like mine. She can, however, offer you a minor blessing.
Meaning what?
If granted a minor blessing, you'd become immune to all status ailments, with the exception of instant death and the strongest of curses. You would also find it easier to use magic.
That'd be super helpful.
However, it is vital that you not neglect your duty to make a weekly offering.
I'm going up! Shut up your butt!
Driving that home. Is this goddess obsessed with sweets or something? What's her deal?
This is the mercy of Ninja. Accept it.
Yeah!
I meant the
Of
punchy
course.
Well, butt your
Get a blessing in
stunky butt
exchange for
chunks.
Sweets. Offerings and
What you
prayers are no
know.
problem.
Gotcha, butt!
But what about an altar? And how
What?
do I pray
How
exactly?
could you get it
Anything can
back?
be used as an altar. Anything at all.
Mama.
Literally use
Wait, I'm gonna
that
go see
for-
what my next tasks are. Also, I want to
Likewise,
change
the
my
form of your
costume.
prayers matters not. What's important is to effectively convey your feelings.
Understood.
Can you not
I
sit
almost
directly on
forgot.
top of my frickin' controller,
The
buddy?
goddess
Like,
requested her
seriously.
First offering being anpan, cream bread, and melon bread.
So she has a specific order. Yep, she's obsessed with sweets, just like I thought. Is it still an offering if she comes out and asks for it? Oh, Ninrir, goddess of wind, I have prepared the requested items, plus some coffee milk to wash them down with. In return, grant me thy blessing, I beseech thee.
This one?
Yes.
Or blue?
So
Wait,
this is a blessing.
red flowers?
A
Blue
minor
flowers?
one, but yes,
Red
it is.
flowers.
Seems it was successful.
Red bird.
Thank you so very much, Ninrir.
Pink flowers, red.
Finally, at long last.
Pink flowers, red bird?
Sun even appeared in my dreams. So delightfully soft and fluffy. Truly, this must be the happiness humans speak of. It's incredible. This filling, it has exactly the right amount of sweetness. The
Where the
person
hell is the
responsible
butt?
for this anpan is no less than a genius.
What does its butt look like? No, that's
No
not.
way! How can it be gone already? It would seem this happiness is painfully fleeting.
Oh, that's not it. Oh, is it this one?
It has a slight bitterness that goes with the anpan perfectly.
Luma? No.
Does it pair as well with the other sweets, I wonder? No, I mustn't. These sweets are too precious. I owe it to myself to savor them one at a time. Yes, savor them one at a time.
Oh, it's this one.
No fair! How am I supposed to resist them?
Now I
when
gotta
they're
change
so
her face to match.
Wait, I forgot to ask for
Ooh, that one. What do you think, this one or yellow? Yellow and red face?
Stone bullet!
This one? This one.
Yeah, direct hit!
White?
Okay, that one felt pretty good. The size of the rock is much
Yeah,
bigger
white.
now, and the
Or
speed's
yellow.
increased significantly.
White.
This is all thanks to Ninrir's blessing. I feel great and I'm growing by leaps and
Why
bounds.
does it have yellow?
Thanks, Sui. And as for you,
it
you're level
wants to.
13 already. If you keep getting stronger, you might even evolve. Well, a normal guy like me needs practice to
Knocked
improve.
out and duos.
Let's go!
Alright, let's do duos.
I beat. Using too much magic seriously does a number on my body. At times
Okay, hang
like
on, I had
these,
stuff in the oven. Get off,
the
butt.
sweets. So sweet! And adding an element of bitterness on top of that creates a perfect harmony! Do you want some too? Well, since you asked nicely. I figured Fel would be back by now.
There's something bothering me.
And just like that, he took off.
I have returned.
Oh, there you are.
Did you eat something in my absence?
Busted. Magic practice really took it out of me. So I ate a sweet called chocolate for some energy.
Sweet, you say? You know, all that running wore me out. Thus, I too require chocolate.
Really? You worn out? You're a legendary beast who could take down a country.
Still, running all over with you on my back is no easy feat. I have grown too tired to move.
You are way too much. Fine.
What a rich sweetness! I do not dislike it.
Yeah, that's great, really.
Can you hear me? It is I, Ninrir, goddess of wind.
Oh, Ninrir?
This is a divine message.
A divine message for me?
Please listen carefully. I would like you to make me an offering of chocolate immediately.
Huh.
Oh, that's right. Put some dorayaki in there as well.
So, this is a divine message?
A very divine message, yes.
You're not just crazy.
It's divine, okay?
But wait, there's no way it's been more than a few days since my last offering. What happened to the whole once-a-week thing?
Oh, give me a break! Even gods and goddesses need a treat once in a while!
Your true colors are showing. So about the other sweets.
They're long gone, obviously.
Yeah, that's pretty much what
Rah.
I figured.
Why is the flower something about babies?
Now, where would she have picked that up?
Showing such
Your
devotion
favorite
to
flower
prayer.
is?
I'm very impressed.
Actually,
The
I'm not
daisy?
so much praying as being prayed upon.
Show me.
At your age, if you're finished, then let us depart. Climb aboard. Get moving.
What are you doing, Fel? Is
You see that pink
there
daisy?
some reason to hurry?
No.
It's your
at
Gerbera.
Yeah.
Tell me, how is your earth magic proceeding? Did your
Then why
practice
didn't you just
yield
say,
any
yeah, the pink
improvement?
daisy?
Yeah, I mean, I can still only shoot out one stone, but both the power and speed have improved a lot from where they used to be.
It seems I must take you there after all.
What did you say?
Never mind.
I've had my eye on him ever since I learned that humans' ability to summon otherworldly ingredients and he can produce sweets.
Whee!
It's a simple sweet that speaks to the very core of my being. Oh, I long to taste it myself. But I can't interfere so lightly. The other gods would judge me.
Hot.
Oh, no. I want to eat on fun. Why don't I get to eat on fun? Can you hear me? It is I, Ninrir.
Right, Eddie, adios.
Increase the stats I want, though. So I'll need to eat as many different foods as I can. I'm going to try a lot. Will you two finish off whatever's left over?
If you insist.
Great. Then let's eat.
Can I
Indeed.
turn off Fall
Like
Guys
you
yet
said,
or no?
your stats are increasing.
Right.
Damn it.
Sue is eating the containers as well. Do those work the same way?
No. It seems like eating non-food items levels Sui up instead. That's not temporary.
Excellent. Then Sue can level up as much as it wants.
I wish cool stuff happened after late in the world I originally came from. The last course, dessert.
Oh, he's
Wow, I'm
pregnant.
stuffed.
He has food, baby.
Okay then, let's check out my stats. Looks like my stats are up by about 20%. What about you two?
You were entirely correct. Indeed, our stats have both increased. Sue is better than level, too. Looks like someone is ready for the dungeon.
No, I still have a bad feeling about this.
Whee! I will survive, but not all the time because sometimes I'm high.
Phil, could I have the barrier you mentioned, please? Don't push! I'm going!
Hurry up! Get in there!
Slime? Sui's so cute it almost makes me not want to attack this one.
What an excellent attack, Sui. That was a potent acid. Considering Sui's current attack power, it may be a stronger slime than most others. Now it's your turn to fight them.
Right! Stone bullet! This must be from the food. Did it?
The dungeon is much like a living creature. It will absorb anything that dies inside. Matters not, whether monster or human.
I definitely don't want to be a dungeon snack.
There are horned rabbits on the next floor. Try not to get in
Ah, fell through. Shit.
Just use your magic against them. Next up, you'll fight goblins. You were supposed to use your earth magic.
Sorry, I guess I got too hung up on not dying. Now that I think about it, why are the monsters here even attacking when I'm with you? They didn't come near us when we were in the forest.
They're dungeon monsters. They consider anything that enters an enemy. They do not care whether you are weak or strong.
Well, that's how it works in video games. But I think anyone that wants to enter a dungeon in real life is out of their mind.
Deeper down, you will fight kobolds.
And what is a kobold? Huh?
You are not going to be able to outrun them!
Don't bullet!
Any level ranked knockout. Okay.
This was excellent experience.
It is! I really showed them, didn't I?
You were passable. Merely shooting out 3 stones is nothing to be smug about.
Fine. Then I'll shoot 4 or 5 or 100 until I finally master the spell.
Keep that fire. Now the next floor is the last in this dungeon. There's a large open space. When I checked before, there were 10 kobolds gathered. Fight hard.
10 of them?
Bit more than 10.
That's correct. It would seem that you have quite a fight on your hands.
I can't fight all of them!
Just have Sui help you take care of them for now. And you are also protected by the barrier. I will help if you are in any danger.
No, no, no!
Sui seems ready.
Hey, Sui. Why are you so excited about all...
Beat the big furry.
Just back down.
All right, Sui's gonna talk on this one.
My barrier could never be breached by such a feeble attack as this one.
Ah, horse.
The dungeon! What happened? Were you worried about me? I'm alright, Sui. Are you okay too? I'm so glad. Thank you, Sui. You saved me. His voice! Is it really you, Sui? What? Can...
We beat the big furry one, and then after that, so we could talk. Master? Sui's master.
Ah, donk.
Let us fly.
I can't believe you started talking. You fought so well in there. I bet you leveled up a lot, Sui. Let's see.
Wah.
You aren't a baby slime anymore. Sui grew up. Wow, you're already level 7 too. It says you can use acid bullet now. And me? Sweet, I'm up to level 7! And earth magic is under my skills! Cool! Wait, my stats. A 2-week-old slime has better stats than me. No, don't worry. I'm super happy that you've grown. You're doing so good, Sui. Say, where's Fel?
He went out to do something.
Oh, I see. So you can talk to Fel too?
So he can.
Hey, Sui. Are you some special kind of slime?
Sui doesn't know. Sui is Sui.
Well, you're only 2 weeks old.
Cutie.
How could you know?
Cutie.
You are finally awake.
Oh, hey, Fel. Did you carry me out of the dungeon?
He was
And
hungry.
what is with all that red stuff on your mouth?
You have been asleep for quite some time. I was hungry, so I got a bite to eat.
I see.
However, your food is tastier and I like it better. So make me something. You unlocked your earth magic skill because of me. I do not mind an otherworldly feast instead.
Hey, hold on a second. You lied and told me that your barrier might break.
And then you used your full earth magic power.
Kitty.
I'm still upset. But I guess I can. I'm exhausted from using so much magic. I should get something nutritious. What's a healthy ingredient? Eggs are good. I haven't had them in a while either. Great, I've got it. Let's
Yakudan.
see here. Should still have some onion, sugar, and mirin, so I need fish stock soy sauce. And rice. Alright, let's do this. First, cut the onions into thin slices. Then, cut the rockford meat into bite-sized pieces. Crack the eggs in a bowl and
horse
toss
pass.
them lightly. Add fish stock, soy sauce, mirin, and sugar into the pan, and then turn on the heat.
Fuck, I missed it.
When it's cooked, add half of the egg and simmer everything together on low heat. Once the egg inside is cooked, add the other half of the eggs and immediately turn off the stove. Residual heat will finish the cooking process. Just put the mixture on a bowl of hot rice, and it's done.
Told ya. Oyakudon.
Hey, it's ready.
So that's to be eaten in this manner as well. The meat is perfectly coated by the silky yolks.
I see. I'm so glad.
Another serving.
Fel, didn't you go out and find something to eat earlier?
Okawari!
You're not even done with that one yet, Sui.
After finishing this bowl.
Honestly, my familiars have really big stomachs.
Bam.
So, Fel, have you talked to Sui already?
Indeed, while you were still busy sleeping.
Sui talked a lot with Uncle Fel after we got out of the dungeon.
Uncle Fel?
Do not laugh! Sui, I've already told you are not to call me Uncle Phil.
Just let it call you Uncle. Sui is only 14 days old after all. You're most definitely an uncle. An uncle to it, right? Uncle Fel?
If I am uncle, then you should be considered an uncle as well.
No. I'm only 27 years old. I'm still young compared to you.
Master is master.
See, Sui agrees with me too.
Sui, listen. You are only to call me Fel. Understand?
But Sui likes Uncle Fel.
Do you understand?
Stop it, Fel. You're scaring Sui.
Uncle Fel is Uncle Fel.
Now, don't worry about Fel. You made poor Sui cry. I can't believe you yell at cute little Sui like that just for calling you uncle. You're just a big stomach with no heart.
I have a heart as well as a stomach. I will only allow Sui to call me uncle.
Sui, he says he'll let you call him Uncle Fel.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm happy, Uncle Fel. Thank you.
Oh man, little Sui is just so darn cute.
There's no bounce pit.
Yes, there is.
That's just to go back up to be up here to jump through hoops. We don't need the bouncy bits. We need the hoops, bro. I'm gonna get flagged for your stupid outro.
Orthros and griffins. They each control their own territories in this forest. Humans normally have to travel around them to avoid trouble.
Wait, did you see Orthros and Griffins?
Yes.
Are those boss level?
Who knows?
Why are we cutting to their territory? They'll eat me whole!
You're so noisy. They are not a threat to
Damn it.
me by any means. They know well they cannot defeat me in combat. Only the young and fearless ones that do not know any better would ever dare to challenge me.
Wait! Are there a lot of them here?
Creatures stake out territory to breed. Of course their numbers are plentiful.
Then go around!
We shall continue going straight through. We are already in Orthros
Alright,
territory.
that is enough. Fucking Fall Guys. Bye, Fall Guys!
Why?
They have come.
Hey, why are you...
I'm gonna play Ever After Falls now.
This is bad.
Ooh.
Fell?
It is fine. There is no need to fear. I see then. The young and fearless fools now stand before me. You and Sui need to stand back.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you have any idea what it means to go against me in a fight? You are overconfident, yet lack the conviction to lay down your life. You know nothing.
Splat! Pudding.
What the hell was that?
Be gone. It is over.
Uncle Phil is so powerful.
Were you using a skill?
Oh, I have to go harvest mushrooms, that's what it
Why,
is.
yes, I was indeed. I call it rending claws, where I imbue magic.
He
into
looks
my
really
claws and
smug about it.
shred my enemies.
Hey, more frogs and dragonflies.
Well, I'm not sure you can because you don't have any claws, but still, you can
You're gonna
shoot
go
out
do
a
Lego?
powerful acid, and that's so cool.
All right, I'm pausing your anime and turning music on. So I'm waiting for the soybeans to grow right here in our garden so I can make tofu. And I need a black alpaca. A black alpaca. A black alpaca. Ah, god damn it. You know what? I need to start the day all over again because I left the gate open last night. All the fucking assholes are getting out. Shut that fucking gate. Bam. Now they won't get out. Apple. Weird rock orange thingy. Water the garden. Nice. Take this shit back in the house. Still looking for another big frog. And big dragonflies. I'm gonna save the candy cane. It's from the pinata. It's pinata poop. Uh, 7 o'clock alarm, Alice. Ooh, ultra rare. I didn't need that candy, but whatever. I need the candy canes. I accidentally put a sit puff somewhere. Or I threw it. No electric cow, no black fucking llama. Damn it! Done. I'm gonna wait another fucking day. Ah! Another season has to go past. Fuck. Because I can't get into the mines anymore. Because I was dummy face. I thought I guess I didn't grab that other one. Let me check. Yeah, I didn't put it in there. Or there. There. Or there. So it must still be in my inventory. Unless I sold it, which whatever, who cares. But large dragonflies and large frogs is what we are looking for. Frogs, no dragonflies. Huh. See here, I used to be able to go in the underneath in the like dungeons, But I have to unlock this first. And I have that rune at home. But I don't have enough of the iron yet. And I can't go mine more because I closed off the portals because I wasn't paying attention. But now we're looking for frogs. And dragonflies. Big. Only the big ones. We have caught every other butterfly. No, that's a caterpillar. We've caught all the other butterflies and dragonflies and frogs. We just need the large dragonflies and the large frogs. That's done. No frogs. No frogs, no dragonflies. I'm gonna go get those star fruit though. I don't hear any frogs. I don't see any dragonflies. There's a bunch of caterpillars, but there's literally nothing. Nothing for dragonflies. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. Potato, I love you. You love me billion, billion, billion? Oh, here, this is yours. I got it for you. It's a strawberry cookie. It's got strawberry jam on it. Here, it's a soft cookie, so be careful. Here, do you want me to open it? Bite it. Right there. It's jam. Strawberry. Here. What do you think? Is it alright? Or is it nasty? Is it delicious or disgusting? Don't throw it in the garbage. If you do not like the cookie, then open your mouth and say, Mom, I don't like it. That's fine then. Off to sleep. Hey, girl, hey. So you wasted your whole cookie? What sadness. I want you to clean up the mess you made in the living room with your Legos. All of them off the floor. When you're all done building them, they go back in the bag. There is a ton of Lego pieces all over the floor. The all done building ones are still pieces of Lego. Like, yeah, they're done being built, but they're still pieces of Lego. And they're still on the floor. So that's what I'm talking about, Potato Head. I need the soybeans to finish growing. So that I can get the frickin' black alpaca. Which I'm not going to be able to get anyway because I don't have the alien fruit. Because I don't have any rubies! I still need the tofu to grow out though. Oh, rain. We might get frogs today. I have a lot of eggs and stuff already. I don't need more. These all go get sold. Sausage is busy doing what? Go sell the shit, sausage, you lazy cock. We gotta go find frogs. Oh, there's a small dragonfly. I need a big one. No electric cow, no black llama. Alright, we're looking for frogs. Frogs and big dragonflies. Big frogs, big dragonflies. Nothing else. I mean, I guess we could fish. Because you can get tadpoles and the crickets from fishing. Ooh, salmon. We love a salmon. I don't hear any frogs. Come on, right in front of your goddamn face. Yeah, take it. Put it in your mouth. Yeah. Nom, 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 nom. See? Fucking, they're small tadpoles, though. These are the medium-sized tadpoles. I need the large tadpoles. Like giant tadpole or whatever. And you'll hear the frog's frog. Croak, obviously. Oh, there's a little...
Stupid sexy Flanders!
Hey, Mac. Yeah, a little small butterfly. That's garbage. Garbage butterfly. Oh, I'm gonna keep the salmon. I don't need the cod. I'm trying to find big dragonflies and big frogs. In the meantime, I'm fishing. Alice is finishing up her Lego. We had dinner and we were chilling over here watching anime. Then she changed her mind. So, that's what's up. More fucking tadpoles. We need the giant tadpoles. Giant cricket, giant tadpoles. Oh, seaweed's good. We use that too. Small tadpole. I assumed you meant you had to poop. D for Dookie. Or Deuce, depending on where you're from, I suppose. Some people call it a Dookie, some people call it a Deuce. Some people call wherever you want. I thought you said you was having a poo-poo. I was like, alright. There's a bit more information than I needed, but okay. Enjoy your poop. Go sell this shit. Small dragonfly nymphs. Yeah, we need the big ones. Big nymphs and big frogs. No, I haven't heard any frogs anywhere though. No, those are all small. Nah. Come on, frogs and dragonflies. Not a single frog anywhere. Oh, there's a giant caterpillar. I don't need that though. I got all the butterflies. Poo-poo, can you open the back door for some air, please? There's gotta be a way to get onto that little island over there. It's got stuff. Teleport. No frogs. It's fucking raining and there's no frogs. Oh! I heard one. Ah, it's a small one. Green tree frog. Yeah, that's a smallie. Oh. Oh, neon candy. Smallie. We need the large ones. Mulberry. Huh. Come on, soybeans. It's raining again. Okay. Okay. Oop, I think the wheat's ready. Oh, it is. Let's plant some more wheat. And another 6. Bam, there we go. Purple duck. Come on, electric cow. No electric cow. Another fucking pinata, but I don't want it. Purple duck? Duck. I don't give a fuck. Just colored duck. Come on, Bubba. Alice! No frog, no dragonfly. Alright. And I can't get that goddamn fish because it's in a bad spot. Fucking snails. Bah. No frogs, no dragonflies again. Sweetie beach. Bad time alarm! You're Whatever you decided you're doing, you got a half hour. What do you figure? Go in and plug the lights in. You're gonna go plug the lights in? Inside the bed. You want my phone or a book or what? Okie dokie.
I made 2 band-aids.
You made poop sounds.
No, I made 2 band-aids.
Yeah, it's so funny and silly and cute. Oh, can you get the Amazon from the front door?
No, it's no.
No, the Amazon. Can you get the Amazon from the front door, please? Go get the Amazon! Those Band-Aids are very nice. Good job, Mary. Thanks. Here you go. Did you plug the lights in? Wait. Set alarm. Set alarm 30 minutes.
Your alarm's set for 8:05 p.m.
When it beep beep beep, bring mom the phone back. There you go, buddy. You got half an hour. Do whatever you want, but don't download anything and don't watch anything sketchy. Oh, finally, lip rings. Had to order some replacements. Man, it's been I can't get the damn baggie open. You know what? You're gonna open this pair of scissors. Oh, bye, stupid tiny baggie. Alright. I want... that one should be good. Oh, these are those. Nope. You get returned. Let's see. Is this one? Oh, yeah, here we go. Hang on, I gotta put a lip ring in. My bag of piercings. That one works. Okay. Ooh, it does. Okay, good. you son of a bitch. I'm trying to put a lip ring back in. If you're wondering what the hell I'm struggling with, I had smashed it on my teeth the other day, and I needed to take it off so it could heal properly. Ah. Okay. Now that I'm not holding a handful of tiny balls, let's see if I can put my MFing lip ring back on. Oh, wait. Black. Why are you sucking? Do you actually not fit on the post? Well, you do. I'm just not winding you good. Okay. There we go. Got it! Alright, cool. I'm glad we had this talk. Thanks. Alright, now the little guys go away. This is my industrials, my eyebrow rings, and my lip rings. And this is all my plugs and tunnels. And they all fit in there too. Just my piercings bag. With all my piercings in it. My pretty earrings and stuff. You know what? Let me go back to the house. We have a lot of money. I want to save. Ooh, those must be custards. Chicken attack. Chicken attack. It's a chicken attack. Go kick your non-chicken ass. Go chicken go. Go chicken go. I do not need any more mithril. I have a lot. And it is constantly being reharvested. I guess I should make more seaweed. Oh, alien fruit ready. Zulu fruit. Alright, dragonflies, big fat frogs. So, not like I need the money. Purple duck. We need a black alpaca, and the electric cow. That's right, you heard me. Electric cow. Nope. Waiting for the season to change and the soybeans to grow. Yeah, look it, I'm just gonna not do this day at all. Goodbye, day. Boop. If I turn the TikTok on, it's gonna be playing Chicken Journey. But it takes up my whole screen. And the Chicken Journey game is so funny. I gotta turn TikTok on. Finish my damn soup. Well. Ooh, I got a new pirate game. Wow. gonna play Stranded Sails. That's what it's called. Okay. Change my title. Stranded Sails. Good. Actually, you know what? I want to do some crafting. We're gonna leave it on crafting. Alright, the ticky-tock is on. I should adjust my camera. Alright, y'all are not allowed to watch that one, but I can watch anime and you can just shut up. That's a thing. Alright, we're gonna watch Bailey. Bailey. Okay. That's done. That's done. That. We need that. Hang on, let me. Alright. Doot, doot. Yesterday I had it about. Y'all. Yeah. Let's see. This one's fine. Gosh. Okay, so we had the window capture. Fuck it, I don't care. Back to stitching.
Episodes of Dark History I've been wanting to do for a very long time. Since season 1, really. And today's episode is one of them. It's something I've researched over and over again throughout the years. And listen, for today, like, we've talked to several experts, and every time I sit down to like work on this episode, something always holds me back. To me, I'm like, it doesn't feel like the right time. But I'm like, when is the right time, you know? Because I realize here at Dark History, I mean, how important it is to talk about historical events, because it's important to keep the memories, the truth of what happened.
Monochromatic
alive,
dinosaur, but I'm
in
doing a
hopes
different stitching.
that it doesn't happen again. Today, we are going to be talking about the Armenian Genocide. Listen, if you didn't know, hi, I'm Bailey Sarian, and I am Armenian. And so, like, it only feels right to talk about this. Listen, when it comes to the Armenian Genocide, it's complicated. And, you know, I had a lot of questions of, like, what really happened? How did it happen? Why do some countries still insist it never happened? And again, really what started Dark History is like, why didn't I learn about this in school? So join me today as we discuss the dark history of the Armenian Genocide. Hi friends, I hope you are having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. It might be tragic. Rarely it's happy, but either way, it's our dark history. Now, before we get into it, don't forget to like and subscribe because I'm always here posting new content. Hello. Hi. And let me know what you think down in the comment section down below. I love hearing from you, and we read comments at the end. Okay, so listen, Armenian Genocide. It's complicated, okay? And I'm gonna start off by acknowledging that there is so much that happened before and leading up to the genocide and after the genocide that I don't have enough time to get into every single detail, you know? So down in the description box down below, I'm going to link places where you can learn more information if you would like to. But for the most part, I'll give you the rundown, okay? So, back in the day, in the 1800s, Armenia was located in the Ottoman Empire. Now, the Ottoman Empire was huge, and it was mostly based where the country Turkey is today. So, the empire was ruled by Muslim Ottomans. So, the laws were based on Islamic law. And even though most people in the Ottoman Empire were Muslim,
every time
there were also
they talk about it,
millions
it makes
of Christian
me think
Armenians.
of the thing
So these
that you put your
Armenians,
feet
they
on
had
at
their
the bottom
own
of your
government
chair.
within the Ottoman Empire,
You know,
and even
like you
though
put your
they
feet on it.
technically had religious
That's what
freedom,
that's called. It's called an Ottoman.
you know, there were still
You know.
some major issues. Now,
The thing you rest
compared
your
to
feet
Muslim
on, the
Ottomans,
footrest,
Christian Armenians
that's
were
not
treated
attached to the
like
chair.
second-class citizens, and they were forced to follow a totally different set of laws. For example, they were forced to pay higher taxes than the rest of society. They didn't have as many legal rights. Christian Armenians weren't even allowed to testify in court if they were accused of a crime. It was just like, it was unfair. On top of that, Armenians were being attacked literally. They were being attacked by Kurdish tribes within the Ottoman Empire. Kurdish people were nomads who usually lived in mountainy areas in West Asia, aka southeastern Turkey, or like northwestern Iran, northern Iraq, and northern Syria. So they're everywhere, I guess. Sorry, okay. Never eat soggy waffles. Southeastern Turkey, northwestern Iran, northern Iraq, okay. Anyways, so let me tell you like how these attacks would happen. These Kurdish tribes, they would break onto like an Armenian family's land and just steal whatever crops they had grown. And then the next day, they tell the Armenian landowner that if they wanted to get like these crops back, that they'd have to pay a crazy price to get them back. Something just ridiculous. Now, of course, these crops were a way for Armenian farmers to feed their family, and it was part of their livelihood and how they made money. So, like, this was a major loss. So these Kurdish tribes, they gained a pretty violent reputation because along with all the stealing, they were also known to like kidnap and like rape local women. And this was sadly a threat most Armenians had to face like on a regular basis. And since they were considered second-class citizens, they didn't get any protection from the government. So this goes on for decades throughout the 1800s. And the whole time, Armenian activists, they are fighting for better rights for their community. Armenians would like band together, take a stand against the government through political demonstrations, refusing to follow certain unfair laws, and even by sending leaders to directly talk to politicians in charge. Look, none of this was easy because a lot of people died in the process. And with each death, people were asking themselves like, oh my gosh, you know, is this really worth it? Is trying to fight back really worth all of this, you know? But then in 1878, it seemed like all that work had finally paid off because something called the Treaty of Berlin was signed. Essentially, the treaty was a bunch of agreements made between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. And finally, Armenian activists kind of got a win out of this. That's like the simplified version, okay? Now, Christian Armenians would get the same rights as other people within the empire. Like, for example, they could now pay regular taxes. Now, it sounds like not a big deal, but it was symbolic, you know? It was a small win. But there was a catch, of course. This treaty said that the leader of the Ottoman Empire, Sultan Abdul Hamid II, basically had final say over anything the treaty demanded. And originally, in public, the Sultan agreed to the treaty. He's like, sure, yeah, that sounds great, whatever, yay. But then behind closed doors, this guy, he had other ideas. He's like, there's no. Once the treaty was supposed to go into effect, the Sultan went back on his word. He didn't want the Armenian community to become too powerful. He wanted them to stay second-class citizens so he could continue to control them, essentially. But, you know, the Armenians were not about to let this slide. Hell no. They formed a resistance movement and started protesting against the government. Now, at first, the Sultan was annoyed by all the demonstrations, but he didn't think much would come of it. Because at the end of the day, the Ottomans, like, they outnumbered the Armenians. Like, around this time in the late 1800s, there were around 17 million Ottomans, and only around 1.5 to 2 million of those people were Armenian. So they're, you know, kind of outnumbered. But by the late 1800s, all this Armenian resistance was becoming just a huge problem. So much was going on at this time, okay? But what you need to know is that
I heard it
was everywhere, okay? The empire was constantly left having to defend itself.
For sleep.
Especially against
give Mama
Russia.
The phone, poo-poo.
Now, let me tell you, Russia was a huge problem for the Ottoman Empire. First of all, they beat their ass in a bunch of wars, so they were like an enemy. But also, Russia sympathized with all the discrimination the Armenians were going through. This made the Sultan super paranoid because he starts thinking, look, the Armenians are going to start siding with Russia, you know, and then in the next war, like, that could be bad. Now, at this time, Russia was also a Christian country, so the Sultan starts connecting the dots, and he's like, oh my God, you know, we're treating Armenians like crap.
Turn the kitchen light out and go to sleep.
Is gonna, like, kind of welcome the Armenians with open arms, and then, like, they're all gonna freaking turn on us. He's getting a little, like, paranoid. You know, and the Sultan, he didn't really care about, like, reality. The only thing he was really caring about was sending a bloody, violent message to the Armenians. Listen, I love the holidays. Oh, yes, I do. But getting ready for events is exhausting. There's the outfit, the hair, the makeup routine that somehow turns into a 12-step science experiment. You either end up looking cakey, overdone, you tried something new and you're like, why'd I do that? Why? You know? That'd be great. In the late 1800s, Armenians under the Ottoman Empire were fighting against the government after the Sultan refused to give them the same rights as the rest of the Ottoman Empire. Now, the people who were running the Ottoman Empire at this time were Turkish. So they believed that Turkish culture, traditions, and laws were the only real way to run a country. But once Armenians started challenging the government, this made the Turkish people in charge get kind of nervous. They were essentially like, how dare you think like there's another way to run this empire? Like, who do you think you are? You know, get the fuck out of here. I mean, they believed that they were the best. This is our place. What are you doing? Now, this caused Turkish extremists to bond over their common enemy, Armenians. And those extremists created an aggressive Turkish nationalist movement. The movement believed that Turkish civilization was superior to all others. It was basically them versus everyone else. If someone didn't agree with like the nationalist movement, chaos would break out on the streets. There were bloody demonstrations between Turkish nationalists and everyone else in the Ottoman Empire. So like no one felt safe leaving their house, okay? And the Sultan, he kind of loved it. He actually encouraged these nationalists to keep using violence against Armenians to keep them like in their place. Now the Sultan believed he was justified in ordering acts of violence because no matter how much he punished them, Armenians were resisting the government. And that shit was pissing him off. In 1890, a reporter quoted the Sultan by saying, quote, "I will soon settle those Armenians. I will give them a box on the ear which will make them relinquish their revolutionary ambitions," end quote. In other words, he was going to find a way to violently punish them. So, the Sultan decides to hit the Armenians where it hurt. He was like, you know, F that law, that Berlin rule, whatever. He increased their taxes even more, and he knew what he was doing because this was a setup. He knew this would piss people off and cause them to rebel against the government even more, which then would give his soldiers permission to send a message. So in 1894, one province refused to pay the new taxes. So the Sultan sent Ottoman troops to straight up go there and they set the entire Armenian villages on fire. Yeah, they just lit it up. Men, women, children, it did not matter who it was, it did not matter. They burned it down. These villages were totally destroyed and it killed thousands of people. Now, again, because it was the government who did this, there were no consequences. Soldiers were free to punish and kill the Armenians however they saw fit. In 1895, the Sultan sent soldiers to the town of Urfa because he believed there was a strong resistance movement happening over there. So, you know, with the Sultan's blessing, soldiers started killing people left and right. Just clean house, okay? Now, 3,000 people managed to escape the initial killings and tried to find a safe place to hide from like all the violence.
High five, buddy.
The only place big enough to hold
Alice, lights
all the
out.
people was the local cathedral. So over 3,000 people, they like go to this cathedral. They like kind of pack themselves in there. They're praying, hoping to be safe, and that the soldiers would leave. But instead, the soldiers kind of figured out where they were all at, and they took this as an opportunity to murder them all at once. They set the cathedral on fire. Now listen, everyone inside burned alive. Horrible, tragic story, but it's just one of many that were happening at once. Between 1894 and 1897, these massacres continued in town after town.
Go, baby.
By the time they ended,
I am always good at guessing when somebody get their rocks off.
300,000 Armenians had been killed by this point. These events ended up being called the Hamidian massacres in honor of the Sultan Abdul Hamid II. I mean, would you be proud to have like a massacre named after you? Is that exciting? In honor of the... Okay, whatever. So the massacres ended up making headlines across
I think
the
it's probably
entire world.
sarcastic, not
Other
honor,
countries started sending
per se.
aid to the Armenians. Actually, the American Red Cross sent their first ever international aid to the Armenians after these massacres. Now, all this negative press across the world started to make the Sultan pull back on the violence. And things kind of like calmed down a little bit, I guess. And the Armenian people, like, you know, they did their best to rebuild what was left of their lives. Now, during all this, some Armenians fled to other countries. Others decided to stay because, like, everything and everyone they knew was, you know, in the Ottoman Empire. This was their home. And a lot of them just, like, didn't want to start over, or, like, they couldn't afford to start over. So, after the initial round of massacres, different groups within the empire banded together. And listen, again,
I got
a lot
paperwork
of details here, so I apologize. I can't get into all
I got
the details,
paperwork, and I made a lot of people angry.
happened, but essentially, these
Ask
political
Silver.
groups
She only got a
were
little
able to
tiny bit
finally
angry.
overthrow
She was
the
just a
Sultan
little bit mad.
and take over the government. Now, this was like a huge, shocking win.
Yeah.
Generations of Armenian families had dealt with the violence from the Sultan, and no one had been able to do this before. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't just like it happened in one day and it was like, yay!
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of deaths, a lot of bad things, but they were able to do it. After the overthrow, the Ottoman Empire finally
just
got
a little bit upset.
new and more fair constitution. People in the empire, not just Turkish nationalists, would now have equal rights. And for the first time in God knows how long, Armenians started to feel
Silver
somewhat
has
safe
been on
again.
walkthroughs
But
through my
sadly,
house.
A few years later, military leaders
So
and
one of the
nationalists started seizing
exhibits
power again.
states
An extremist group
something
called Turkey for the Turks began to take over the
about
Ottoman
me,
Empire.
like walking around the house
Turkey
in my
for the
naked.
Turks. I know, it sounds like Thanksgiving dinner. It was essentially another form of Turkish nationalism. And this couldn't have happened.
Was I took off my clothes at the laundry basket in the hallway,
1914,
went to the
World
bathroom,
War
then
I
walked to
had
where my
broken
clothes
out.
are
We haven't done an episode
to
on
put my
World War
pajamas
I,
on.
huh? No, I don't
And that's
think we
walking
have.
around the house naked.
Well, anyways, long story short, the Ottoman Empire joined the war, and this led them to go to battle once again with their longtime
dark.
enemy, Russia. And once again, Russia beat their ass badly, okay? Oops. They're upset. They lost. They got their ass beat by Russia.
You want to be yelled about it. Silver is super happy to yell about it. She's
but
mad.
Instead, the Turkish government was like, no.
I'm
it was the
just
Armenians'
containing my anxiety from it all.
I know.
Because it's
It's
just
like
going to
all
make
the
me
stories
sick
we do,
and
like,
nauseous, and
it's
it's
like
going to make
people
it hard
just
for me
need
to
to
keep my
blame
food
someone,
down,
it's
and
always
I
like the
just
wrong people they
barely
blame,
got my
okay?
soup down.
Well, their excuse was that during the
I'd like to
Hamidian
keep it down.
massacres, Russia had welcomed Armenian refugees into their country for safety. They even allowed them to join the military to fight against the Ottoman Empire. So, in World War I, there were some Armenians fighting like on Russia's side of
Silver.
the war. Despite the fact that thousands of Armenians fought on the side of the Ottoman Empire, the government decided to blame all Armenians for this defeat. And at this point, like, the whole world was distracted by the war, so they really weren't worried about, like, getting bad press over this. It's so weird, like, in my everyday life, I never really burp. It's only when I'm filming. And I wonder what that is. I'm sure there's a reason to it. I will chat GPT it later.
Anxiety.
Thank you. Okay, so the Ottoman
Makes
Empire
gas
decided
and
to take
acid
advantage
reflux.
of like all this war and
Acid
chaos
reflux
happening,
causes gas
and
bubbles
they were
and
like,
air
hey,
bubbles.
like, why don't we start another massacre? But this time, you know, they were determined to get rid of all Armenians once and for all. Lately, it feels like no matter what we do, it's just like never enough. Am I drinking enough water? Should I be adding another step to my 18-step skincare routine? Am I getting enough sleep? Supplements. Should I be taking how many? Which ones? There's a World War I is taking over the world. Everyone is terrified, trying to survive. After the Ottoman Empire lost to Russia, the government decides to blame the Armenian people. And they decide to, quote unquote, remove Armenians from the Ottoman Empire forever. Now, at this point, there were 3 leaders, or pashas, as they were called, who were in charge of getting rid of Armenians in the empire. So they come up with a plan, okay? And the first thing they did was remove Armenians from active duty in the Ottoman army. You know, I guess they didn't want them like near any weapons. They also wanted to create tighter laws about what Armenians couldn't do in their own country. But there were still plenty of Armenian activists who were keeping like an eye on all of this, paying attention. So authorities decided to do something that would send a message and take care of those activists. On April 24th, 1915, 254 Armenian intellectuals were arrested and taken into custody. So these intellectuals, I was like, who are they? Well, they were essentially like leaders and activists in the Armenian community. They were doctors, civil leaders, artists, anyone who was considered important to the Armenian people. Now, the government claimed that they arrested them because they were worried that these people were spies for their enemy, Russia. But the truth was, they wanted to take away the community's leaders, so, you know, it would leave the people scrambling, you know, but it didn't work. The Armenian community was strong and connected, and no matter how many leaders they killed or arrested, the resistance would not stop. This is when the government decided, okay, fine, we're gonna take it up a notch. And they sure did. I mean, it's already pretty wild, but they just really take it up a fucking notch. First, government officials, they started killing most of the young, fit, able-bodied, aka healthy Armenian men, because Turkish leaders believed if anyone was going to attack the government, it would most likely be them. Maybe you're like me and you're wondering, well, how did they even know who like these Armenian men were? Well, there was a few ways. They could tell like by their accent. You could also tell if someone was Armenian by their last name. And also they could figure it out based on like what part of the empire they lived in. I know, you'd probably just be lying and be like, my last name is Bob. I can't think of a last name all of a sudden. Blacksmith. I don't know. And listen, like these men that they were going after, it's not like they belonged to a resistance movement. These were just like innocent teenagers, young fathers, everyday workers, normal people. Okay? Nobody, quote unquote, like important. But the government didn't like want to take a risk in case that these men decided to like, you know, flip or something. Sometimes the government allowed these men to live, but it's not because they felt bad for them or like gave them a pass. They would instead like kidnap them and force them to join something called a labor battalion. Now, these labor battalions were essentially work camps, mostly for Armenian men in the Ottoman Empire. They would be forced to transport whatever the military needed on their literal backs, on foot, okay, carry it to the freaking battlefront, which was hundreds of miles away. Now, they were essentially transporting anything that the Ottoman Empire military needed, like weapons, heavy building materials, heavy shit, okay? Things that were also dangerous to transport. They could have used a wagon, but they didn't want to. No. Most of the time, being sent to these battalions was like a death sentence. because the guards, they worked you until you dropped dead. Now, these men were given almost no food, no water. They were starving, they were dehydrated, and then obviously exhausted on top of all the forced labor they had to do. Now, the point of these battalions was to get as much free labor out of the Armenian men as they could before they died. So either you joined the labor battalion or you were murdered. Which one do you want? Now, you might be wondering, like, hey, what about all, like, the people who weren't able-bodied young men? You know, the hundreds of thousands of women, children, elders who weren't immediately killed or sent to the battalions like the men. Instead, they were sent to places called deportation camps. It's essentially a camp in a neighboring country where refugees waited until they hopefully found like somewhere to work and settle. So at first, women and elders are thinking, we just have to make it to these deportation camps. And, if we can do that, then everything will be okay. It was a survival goal. But they had no idea that the worst part of the deportation camps would be the freaking awful journey to get there. By 1915, Armenians started being murdered and deported by the thousands. They would then be forced to march across the desert to get to places called deportation camps. Now, the people, they weren't rounded up, shoved in a car and taken there. Instead, they were forced to walk for hundreds of miles in scorching desert weather. And of course, they were given no food, no water, no nothing. So the march, extremely brutal. I mean, shit, I walked down to my mailbox the other day and I was fucking dying in this heat. In fact, most of the people being deported weren't even given time to, pack their belongings. They'd be in their house minding their own business. I don't find your energy freak or personality hard to adapt to whatsoever. That's what I'm saying. Mine's not either, which is why I don't understand why it was. Wearing anyway, is what you that was smooch. Okay, you gotta go. You gotta get out. You're being sent to one of these camps. So obviously, if you're I don't know, in your pajamas or something, you weren't dressed properly for walking thousands of miles. Why would I care what anybody else thinks about me? They ain't gonna pay my bills. People, they ain't gonna live my life. They didn't get a chance to put on some shoes. Armed soldiers kept these people in line no matter what. Who cares? And along the way, probably never gonna see that motherfucker again. Ignoring people's pleas for help, for water, for anything. It's definitely giving. Did you watch that Dark History about the Trail of Tears? It's definitely giving that, where it's just people having to walk really freaking far and assholes keeping them in their place, and if you complained, if you spoke up, if you said anything, you were just killed. So it was what the fuck were you gonna do, if a person decided, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna make a run for it, or I'm gonna speak out and say something against these assholes, most likely you were just gonna be killed immediately, no questions asked. And because soldiers I'd be cool to just be didn't want to waste bullets on their prisoners, they would instead stab or beat them to death in front of everyone. I think because they wanted to make a freaking relationships point. Are a partnership. It was especially dangerous for children and young women. Because Mulder and Scully, Of course, not you're gonna have disagreements, but you're supposed to have each other's back, no fucking matter they were what. Often abducted, and then they were raped by soldiers on the opposite side who attacked them during the march. Now, I don't understand. Many parents were forced to make a really heartbreaking decision. Is it not a partnership? Part with their children. Some parents decided, good night, TNL. They can go on this march, or I can leave them with a Turkish Muslim family that they trusted, and at least they'll be safe with them. And that was the best case scenario. And I'm sure at the time parents were also thinking hey, if I can survive this, I can come back and get my kid when it's all over, and everything will be okay. Who knows? But either way, anything was better than being forced to march. So a lot of people ended up turning over their kids. And that was like best case scenario, because what usually happened was actually much worse. In some provinces, kids under the age of 12 were just straight up kidnapped and then sent to Turkish orphanages. The kids were forced to convert from Christianity to the country's official religion, Islam. Now, the kids, you know, while they're there, they're taught the ways of Turkish culture and were instructed to ignore the fact that they were born Armenian. They're like, get rid of that. You're not Armenian anymore. Kids who refused to speak in Turkish or embrace like their new life were physically punished. This is very like Trail of Tears and that school episode we did too. Now, this was all part of the government's plan to essentially erase Armenians from the Ottoman Empire. They wanted to start with the young generation first. I mean, they're easier to mold, right? To change them, to get them on the right track. If young girls didn't end up in an orphanage,
that's what I run into. That's where my problems is.
Now,
I embrace it as that's what it is, and I
would
apparently
say probably majority of them.
I'm the only one.
It was done against their will, you know, and it was all just so terrifying. Families were being ripped apart. You're told you're not allowed to be Armenian. Now you're gonna marry this older man. Like, what the fuck?
Night, bud.
Now, sometimes like families actually wanted their kids to be married off because, again, like, it was way better than like having to go through one of those marches. Because listen, these marches were not easy. People were either starving to death or dying of dehydration, or they were just getting murdered because they tried to make a run for it. After days without water, many people dropped dead just right on the road. One survivor, a man named Edward Puppian, described the march conditions, saying, quote, "We walked for many days, occasionally running across small lakes and rivers. After a while, we saw corpses on the shores of these lakes. Vultures circled the skies above us, waiting for their evening meal," end quote. According to Edward, he said that he and like some other people eventually found a pit that was like filled with a layer of mud at the bottom, and that they were so thirsty that they tried to essentially kind of get water from that mud. So they used their shirts to try and drain the water into their mouths. I mean, even the smallest amount of water, no matter how dirty, I mean, this was key to them surviving. Of the 10,000 people who started on that march with Edward, only around 300 survived. That's a lot. That's a lot of people that died. Like many Armenian refugees, he was on this march with his family. Like, sadly, his aunt, sisters, brothers, they all died on the way to these deportation camps. Besides the exhaustion, the dehydration, starvation, people marching were constantly being attacked by criminals. I mean, they were in the middle of the desert, and the soldiers, they did not care about protecting them. It wasn't about that, okay? So it was like a free-for-all. In my personal opinion, it just kind of felt like it was a joke to these criminals, okay? Because they would just rob the victims of everything they had. And like, again, they were forced to leave and go on this march with nothing. So all they had was like their clothing. And these criminals would be like, "Give me your clothing," and like just take everything from them. And it was like, for what? You know? Just to be a fucking asshole. But it wasn't just about losing your material possessions. Like, the Armenians would be tortured and murdered by these criminals for fun. It was all like a freaking game to them. So let's say like, hey, you're one of the lucky ones who survived the march. So you're like, okay, great. Like, you know, I made it. Like, this, it's over, right? No. Once you arrived at a deportation camp, it's not like you could just like take a break and relax, maybe have a meal. No. There was no food or water there. Well, technically there was food, but let me tell you. The soldiers, they They used to feed the prisoners bread made out of flour and sand. Yeah, it was the closest thing to food most of these prisoners had in God knows how long. So, of course, they ate it. Now, to be honest, the government, they expected most of the people to die in the march. So when, a lot of people started showing up every day at these camps, one, they were a little upset. Two, there wasn't any infrastructure to feed and house that many people that were showing up. They were like, you were supposed to die. Shit. Now, inside these camps, horrible conditions. And it was crammed with people. So with that came tons of disease. Great. So people were constantly getting sick. Of course, there's no doctors available to help. So if you got some kind of sickness, most likely you were going to die. Another survivor, RPR Misikian, described what the camps he'd been to looked like, saying, quote, 60,000 Armenians had been buried under the sand there. When a sandstorm hit, it would blow away a lot of the sand and uncover those remains. Bones, bones, bones were everywhere then. Wherever you looked, wherever you walked. End quote. That's so sad. For any women or girls who somehow survived the march, they pretty much had three choices: get abducted and trafficked, married men from the local military, or work in a brothel. It's like, which one do you want? Now, we don't have many details or data about women who worked in deportation camp brothels or many accounts from them, but it's safe to assume that they didn't have a choice. But again, in this situation, just as a woman, you had to pick your poison. Now, most of the deportation camps were located in Aleppo, Syria. They were designed by one of the leaders of the Armenian massacres and death camps, Mehmet Talat. Now, let me tell you about this guy, because he is literally super villain, Satan himself, maybe. Yep, sorry. Talat believed the only way to make sure that the Ottoman Empire remained under the control of Turkish Muslims was, again, to get rid of the Armenians. So he was really the mastermind of what became known as the Armenian Genocide. Talat was known to be a numbers guy. He's yeah, numbers, math, blah. He thought these mass deportations were a simple math equation. The Armenians weren't people to him, they were a number and a problem to solve. So Talat thinks if he deported hundreds of thousands of Armenians to the deportation camps in Aleppo, most of them, again, they were not going to survive. So he was shocked to learn that actually he got it wrong. He was told that more than 400,000 people had survived the marches to Aleppo, and he was pissed. And he was angry that he had underestimated the Armenian community. He was like, they were all supposed to die. What are you telling me? From what? No. Plus, in deportation camps, there was a small hope that people could make it out or befriend people in Syria who might help them. There's hope, okay? Hope is really keeping the Armenian people going. And to Talat, that was unacceptable. Hope? No hope. Talat decided it was finally time to take that little spark of hope away from the Armenian people. Now, he knew he couldn't just outright kill, that many people, or else the Ottoman Empire might face another war or something from other countries. So he comes up with another idea. And he ends up creating a final destination for these refugees. One that would make these deportation camps seem like Disneyland. One of the architects behind the Armenian massacres, Mehmet Talat, decided to take his deportation policies up a notch. Again, he was angry when he heard so many Armenians were surviving these death marches. You know, that was unacceptable. So Talat started deporting people at the Aleppo camps to other deportation camps within Syria. Now, his soldiers gave people like no warning before they did this. I mean, why would they at this point? Shit. Soldiers essentially told the prisoners, you know, start marching to the next camp or die right here, right now. So the people did, you know, they started marching and they would get to the second deportation camp. And then once they got there, they were told, okay, you're being sent to another camp. So then they would be deported again to another camp immediately. So then they'd go to this other camp and then they get there. And then the Armenian people were told, oh, guess what? We're sending you to another camp, you know? And they're like, okay. So then they start walking, go to another camp. And then they get there. And then guess what? Oh, hey, you're being sent to another camp. So they're just like keeping them going, trying to run them down, trying to like get them to die, trying to just get rid of them. And like sometimes they would send people to all these different camps within the same day. Again, there was no car ride there. They had to walk there, not down the street. Okay, these were long walks. The goal was to have the Armenians to just like waste away and die of exhaustion. I mean, they were literally walking and walking and walking and in hopes that they would just die. Now, if they did manage to survive, they would usually end up in a concentration camp. I know, it's like banger after banger here. Jeez. I don't know if banger is the right word, but...
Howie Mandel here. We all know the feeling of getting home after a long day and just wanting to, But the world keeps coming at you, the kids, the emails, the...
So there were multiple concentration camps, but the most well-known concentration camp at this time was a place called Deir ez-Zor. Around 30,000 Armenians were marched to this camp, and when they got there, it was clear that this was essentially a death camp. This is it. We're gonna die here, aren't we? There was nothing there, not even shelter. It was basically just dirt and corpses. They didn't even give the Armenians, you know, the sand bread that they were feeding them in the other camp. If they were lucky, you know, they would be able to eat grass, or if they found a dead bird, they could eat that. If people didn't starve to death in this concentration camp, they were tortured to death by government guards or like random criminals who dropped by the camp to just kill them for fun. Now, this place eventually became a mass gravesite for thousands of Armenians. At this point, it's around 1917, okay? And this had been going on for over a year. Over 1 million Armenians at this point had been killed. And maybe you're like me and you're wondering, like, where the hell was the rest of the world? Like, did they know what was going on? Did they really have any clue? Like, what was going on? Well, in 1918, there were some journalists, missionaries, and other writers who were living in the Ottoman Empire. Now, these people, they kind of like secretly were writing about what was really going on, and they managed to get their detailed stories out to the world. Now, when governments from nearby countries read about this, they were shocked. They were like, what? What the fuck is going on? What? It became clear that the Ottoman Empire was using World War I as a cover. When the Turkish government found out that these stories made it out to the public, well, they were pissed. So, what'd they do? They tracked down these like journalists and whatnot, and they sent out firing squads to find them and shoot them dead on sight. Then the government tried to do some like PR damage control and essentially told the world, like, listen everyone, we're just temporarily resettling the Armenians. It's not that serious. Calm down. Have a cup of tea. The Ottoman Empire insisted that they were their own country and they had their own government and they could do whatever they wanted with their people. So, shut up. But it wasn't that easy. So World War I had officially ended, okay? And now people were actually paying more attention to what was going on. This had nothing to do with the war at this point. Between 1919 and 1920, on behalf of the Armenians, the new Ottoman Empire government brought several legal cases against the three leaders and other senior officials of these mass murders. Again, a lot kind of like led up to this, okay? So, yes, you get it. I only have 45. They only give me like 45 minutes here, all right? But this led to something called the Istanbul trials. But before the trials and all that could even happen, the three pashas fled the country in the middle of the night. Even though they fled the Ottoman Empire, you know, they weren't like going into hiding and all scared. They were like vacationing around Europe, kind of high-fiving themselves for getting away with it, escaping trial, and also escaping execution. Because they were like never formally charged with anything, other governments were not able to arrest them. 150 officials and other Turkish leaders were arrested, charged, and brought to trial in Malta, which was like a neighboring country. But after spending some time in jail, all of these men were released and returned to Turkey. They never faced trial. They never faced jail time. They were just completely free. Now, to the Armenians, it was clear that law and order was not going to apply to these people.
What do you think?
Especially the pashas who escaped in the middle of the night. So you know what? They were like, we're going to take matters into our own hands. After Ottoman Empire leaders and officials got away with murdering over 1 million Armenians, one group called the Armenian Revolutionary Federation, or ARF, decided to take matters into their own hands. The ARF was mostly made up of scholars or businessmen. Now, they were actually in America, and as soon as it was clear that the government was not going to be facing any consequences for what they did, the ARF decided, you know, we're going to take justice into our own hands. They came up with an idea. They were going to kill the leaders responsible for the genocide themselves. They called this plan Operation Nemesis. It was called Operation Nemesis because Nemesis was the Greek goddess of retribution, aka vengeance. But the leaders of ARF, they weren't trained like assassins or spies. So it was like an idea they had, but they were like, how are we actually going to do this? So they outsourced the work to find a better option, you know, to do the actual killings. So they hired a man named Solomon Talarian. Solomon was desperate for justice after his entire family was killed in the genocide. One of his first targets was the mastermind behind the deportation and concentration camps, the guy we talked about earlier, Mehmet Talat. Now, Talat was known to have, I guess, a big, like, ass mustache that, you know, was kind of like his look, his thing, and it gave away his identity. So, you know, he's trying to lay low, so he decided to shave it, and he fled to Berlin to avoid trial. But the ARF, they were able to track him down. It's crazy to think, you know, you really gotta like Scooby-Doo things back then, because like there's no social media, there's like no Google Maps or anything. This is the 1920s. So they figured out, they tracked him down. Members or allies of the ARF, they like hung out in different public places where former Turkish government officials were like known to hang out, and they would just like sit there and wait and like eavesdrop on, their conversations, slowly gathering information to piece together clues about where Talat might be hiding in Berlin. So the ARF, they gathered all their information and they figured out where he was, and they sent Solomon to Berlin to kill Talat. So at first they gave Solomon some very specific instructions. First, they wanted Talat to be killed in public. And then second, they wanted Solomon to do something kind of risky. They asked him to stay at the scene of the crime and get caught. I know, it kind of sounds crazy. You think, they'd flee, but no. They want him to stay. They want to, make a point out of all of this, okay? So, it sounds crazy. With Solomon, he immediately agrees. I mean, he's lost everything. He's like, fuck it, I don't have, what do I have to lose? Fuck yeah. He knew this was, part of something much bigger than himself. So after doing some surveillance for a few weeks, Solomon learned Talat's regular routine. He had a routine. Everyone kind of does. He'd go on a very specific walk every day. He would kind of just do the same thing. So Solomon felt like he was ready. And on March 15th, 1921, Solomon followed Talat. Now, just as Talat walked into a large crowd, Solomon came up behind him and point blank shot him in the head. I know, it's a lot. Talat died instantly. Now, again, this was in public, so people were, freaking out because they don't know the context. They're just just freaking out. But still, Solomon, he didn't let the screams faze him. He didn't run, and he just calmly stood at the scene of the crime, just waiting. Now, eventually, police show up, they arrest him, and this was exactly what the ARF wanted. They didn't want to just quietly kill this guy off. No. They wanted this assassination to make the news so the whole world would be reminded of what happened to the Armenian people and who was responsible for it, and exactly what the Turkish government had gotten away with. I think, too, a lot of people who were maybe reading the news articles that were coming out about this, Talat dying and whatnot, it was kind of maybe the first time people were actually learning the why of it all. It wasn't just a random murder. It was no, this guy did X, Y, and Z, and it was he was putting the genocide back into the conversation.
Old Navy presents Holiday Denim. Dancing and dazzling. With sweaters so merry and bright. Join the party.
So Solomon was put on trial. He explained his side of the story, and he told the jury that he felt he had a good reason to kill Talat. He started to tell the jury stories about how cruel and awful Talat was. He even had receipts. In court, he was able to show messages from Talat with instructions to kill Armenian children, specifically the children who were forced into those orphanages. Now, one of the messages said, quote, "Remove the children from orphanages in order to eliminate future danger from antagonistic elements," end quote. But Solomon is telling his whole story, everything. Many people in other countries knew that terrible things had happened to the Armenians, but majority had no idea about the real details. So all this was just shocking to hear. The news was picked up all around the country. Now at this point, the motivations of the evil men behind everything couldn't be denied. Their goal was plain and simple and seemed very clear. Exterminate the Armenians. The entire case took less than 2 days, and Solomon was found innocent. And just like the ARF wanted, there was a ton of publicity and awareness brought to the genocide. A few other leaders and important people associated with the genocide, they were also assassinated during Operation Nemesis. Sadly, like, this was pretty much the only legal justice the Armenians were handed. And then finally, listen, years had gone by, okay? By 1923, the Armenian genocide had come to an official end. Over 1.5 million Armenians had been murdered. Listen, that was more than half of the entire Armenian population. And that didn't even include like many young women who were forced to, get married to some bozo or adopted by different families or forced to just convert. Doesn't include like the kids in the orphanages. And also like the Armenians who fled to other countries, and had to like hide their identities. We just like don't really know how many lived or died. And for a long time, they tried to keep that number low. They were like, no, it was only like 3,000 people. Like, no. But thankfully, after World War I ended, the Ottoman Empire was starting to be held accountable for their actions. The American ambassador to Armenia described the situation saying, quote, when the Turkish authorities gave the orders for these deportations, they were merely giving the death warrant to a whole race. They understood this well, and in their conversations with me, they made no particular attempt to conceal the fact. End quote. The American ambassador also noted that religion hadn't really been the main focus for the genocide. It was used more so as an excuse. Most of the major leaders of the genocide were considered atheists. So like, when you think of it, like, none of it makes sense. Okay. It was said they did it for political gain, not religion. Religion was just like an easy way to cover up the situation. Still very confusing. We know what happened to the Armenians was called the Armenian Genocide, but for a long time what happened to them didn't even have a name. The word genocide was invented by a man named Raphael Lemkin. In 1941, Raphael was forced to leave his home in Poland as it was being invaded by the Nazis. Now, he escaped, but sadly he lost most of his family in the Holocaust. Now, it was devastating to him that millions of people who were killed were just seen as collateral damage, when the truth was they had been targeted for being Jewish. When Raphael learned about what happened to the Armenians in, the Ottoman Empire, he decided he's like, hey, there needs to be like a name for this. So he came up with the word genocide. He combined the ancient Greek word genos, meaning race, tribe, and the Latin word side, meaning killing. Words. And it's thanks to him, in a dark way, that we even have to come up with this word, but it's thanks to him that, we have the word genocide, and we call it the Armenian Genocide. I live in Los Angeles, and every single year there's like a major march in remembrance of the Armenian Genocide. Entire streets are shut down. There are thousands of marches and memorials across the world like this. But still, millions of people today, still deny or don't like to acknowledge that the Armenian Genocide happened. I know, it seems a little weird, huh? You think it happened. Oh, you just say it happened. Like even today in 2025, the country of Turkey does not recognize that the Armenian Genocide happened. They don't like to talk about it, think about it, mention it, none of that. And maybe you're like me and you think well, why not just admit what happened? Why not just acknowledge it? It just happened. The only way to heal and move forward and be better is to acknowledge and move forward. forgive, hopefully, and right? Well, there's a reason though. Listen, because in my research, I learned that Turkey is an important ally to a lot of powerful nations, including the United States. And something else I learned, the United States did not officially call the events in Armenia a genocide for almost 100 years because they didn't want to piss off Turkey. But then, in April of 2021, on the anniversary of the Armenian genocide, President Joe Biden finally did. He issued a statement saying, quote, "Each year on this day, we remember the lives of all those who died in the Ottoman era Armenian genocide and recommit ourselves to preventing such an atrocity from ever again occurring," end quote. In 2023, California's governor, Newsom, he declared April 24th as a day of remembrance of the Armenian genocide. To be acknowledged. I feel like at the end of the day, that's all people really want, is just to be acknowledged. Just acknowledge it happened. But even though this happened so long ago, millions of families have suffered generational trauma because of this. There's still a lot of pain, and yeah. I remember like growing up, I would hear about it, but like no one would talk about it. And it was always kind of like, how come? Like, why not? It was very confusing. And then during quarantine is when I really got into like working on a family tree. And when it came to the Armenian side of the family, I was having such a hard time because so many records and everything just got lost. And names got changed, and it was complicated. And I was like, what? And I just really dove deep into trying to understand, like, what happened. Because obviously, I have no understanding of, like, what really happened. And it was cool. I found my great-great-grandpa, his, like, certificate when he came to Ellis Island. I found that, and I was like, cool. I don't know. That's my story. Anyways, lots of pain. But, sometimes it leaves you thinking, like, okay, well, what can I do? What can I do to help? I don't know. Well, one of the most important things you can do is fight something called denialism. It sounds silly, but there are thousands of documents and photos about what happened, and keeping the memory of what happened in the genocide alive, as sad as it is, silences the deniers. Throughout history, genocides have tried to erase entire communities, try to strip people of their voices, their culture, their communities, their humanity. But here's the thing, people are never defined solely by like what's been done to them. You can try to bury people, but like seeds, they rise. And what grows out of that pain is often... Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Don't cry. I don't want to ruin makeup. I'm not sad. Disneyland. I'm happy. Bicycles. And what grows out of that pain is often something stronger, more united, more unbreakable. Sorry, I'm getting teary-eyed just because, like, what's going on in the world right now. I don't even need to say it. So it's just like, fucking it's just so lame. Genocides are lame. Put that on a shirt. So if there's a lesson here, it's that remembering matters, telling the truth matters. Because when we give power to truth, we not only honor those who came before us, but like we can also protect those who are coming after us. McDonald's, French fries, happiness, unicorns. And that, my friends, is how resilience becomes legacy. Anywho, Genocide, huh? Not great. But do you know what's great? Movies. There's a hard pivot here, okay, for our next episode of Dark History. So one of my favorite movies growing up has a cult following. It was made in 1939 and it changed everything. Not only was this the biggest budget movie Hollywood had ever seen, but it tried some risky things that no other movie studio had ever dared to do. But you know what they say, no risk, no reward. There were crazy stunts, toxic makeup, drugs, lots of drugs, and even Munchkin Ragers. I'm talking about the notorious, the violent, and the shocking history of the making of the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, fuck.
Woo! I know. Genocide to Wizard of Oz? How'd we do it? I don't know. Our show is wild. Should we dress up? Wizard of Oz? What do you guys think? Yeah, I think we should. Now listen, I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to today's story. Be nice. Make sure to leave a comment below so I can see what you guys are saying, and your comment might even be featured in a future episode. Now, let's read a couple of comments that you guys have left me. Marie-Louise Durette 090 left us a...
Shut it!
As a child, I was always so outgoing and was never afraid to share my feelings or express myself.
Am I the a-hole for telling my best friend the real reason I'm not at his wedding? I, 29 male, was supposed to be a groomsman for my best friend, 30 male, as we've been tight since we were kids. This weekend, he's marrying his fiancée, 28 female, who I've known since they were dating long distance in high school. At his bachelor party last weekend, we started off at my place and transitioned to bar hopping, and by the end, my best friend was drunk, and the guys, all of our mutual friends and some of his cousins, were egging him on to do a last kiss before marriage dare. For extra info, I'm not a fan of that custom at bachelors or bachelorettes because it honestly makes it look like you're being held hostage to marry the love of your life. Plus, it's just disrespectful to your partner. But that's just an opinion I have, and to each their own, but I knew my best friend shared it too. I don't agree with this whole, oh, it's like your last hurrah, you can, take that as like a hall pass or whatever. You're about to enter into a marriage with someone else. The last thing that should be on your mind should be disrespecting or betraying that person. I'm just saying. Still, I figured if had be, my best friend wouldn't do it because I know he loves his fiancée very much. To my literal shock and horror, he turned around, grabbed, and kissed me. Oh. That's so awkward. Not even a dumb peck. Like, he actually dipped me and held it for a few seconds until everyone was laughing obnoxiously. What? I didn't kiss back. I just froze and laughed it off when it finished. Later, I realized I wasn't having much fun anymore and bailed early, taking some of our drunker friends home with me. The next day, his fiancée first texted me on Insta, then on WhatsApp asking to talk, and then called me. She wasn't yelling or anything, but it was just kind of awkward. She said she knew about the kiss, and that while she didn't love it, she was glad it was me and not some random girl. She said if he'd kissed another woman, she'd have taken it as cheating and dealt with it worse. I agreed and backed her point, saying I wouldn't have encouraged or allowed that. But at the same time, she admitted she didn't feel comfortable with me being at the wedding now either, because it would just be in the back of her head. Okay, no. Let's not get mad and like punish the person that literally was just an innocent bystander in all of this and not punish the person that we're about to marry. I don't love that. I was admittedly stunned at first, then mad, then upset, but came to the conclusion that it was her wedding at the end of the day, and I told her I got it and wouldn't go. She thanked me for understanding, but also asked me not to tell my best friend that she was the one who asked. Interesting. Side eye. I've already sent the text backing out, giving reasons regarding my work, and my best friend was very upset and asked me if I could back out in any way. I freelance, by the way, and he knows this, so my lie wasn't a good one, and he went from upset to straight up mad at me for bailing out on his wedding day for work. How is it that you're the one that's now in the crossfires? The fiance is mad at you because her fiance kissed you. You're not allowed to go to the wedding anymore. And now your best friend who kissed you is mad at you because his fiance told you that she doesn't want you at the wedding. I'm like not understanding how this is somehow all your fault. All our mutuals have texted me in our shared wedding group chat and asked me to reconsider and told me there's no way I'm skipping his wedding for work. I myself manage, some being harsher and some passive aggressive, all very valid. Now I'm stuck looking like the a-hole when I was literally asked not to go, and also asked not to say that I was asked not to go. I think that you're in a position where you really need to tell your best friend, and he needs to take on some of this responsibility because it's not your responsibility. Everyone around me thinks I'm an asshole for prioritizing work over my best friend's wedding, and I honestly don't know how to navigate this without losing people. Not the a-hole, but bro, don't do this to yourself and come off as the bad guy. He shouldn't have kissed you. That was disrespectful to his fiance. But his fiance shouldn't be asking you not to tell people either. She needs to own her decisions. You are shooting yourself in the foot. Just come clean. Tell another groomsman why you're not coming. It will get back to the groom without you breaking your promise to the bride, who should not have asked you to keep that secret when you're taking the brunt of it. That's shitty of her. I also hate that peer pressure, just one last time thing for the record. I feel like he really has to know what really happened. I don't know. I don't really think that you owe this woman anything. She kicked you out of a wedding when you were kissed without your consent. I don't like what she did at all. I don't like that she's asking you to hide it. I don't like that she's somehow uncomfortable with you being there when you didn't do anything wrong. I don't think you owe her anything. I would text your friend, the groom. I think that I would want to know if my fiance was going around doing stuff like this. Okay, so edit. He just saw the message I sent and is typing. I'll hopefully update once we've properly spoken. Thank you to everyone for giving me such good advice and setting me straight. I'm anxious and hoping this goes well, as the wedding is literally this weekend and we have a pre-party I'll have to prepare for if I'm still counted as a groomsman. So we do have an update. After reading through all the comments and some private messages, I realized my approach was wrong and it wasn't fair to him or myself, to be frank, and was honestly making me look like the worst mofo on the planet. So I ended up sending him a long text explaining the actual reasons why, starting from the kiss last weekend to his fiance asking me not to come, because it also very loosely mentioning that she didn't want me to tell him about it. After reading many comments, I did feel like a wuss for complying in the first place, but I don't know, I still felt guilty about it, even telling him and just breaking her trust. He didn't text back for ages, but called me almost immediately when he saw it. Wasn't yelling or anything, but I could hear he was really emotional. First, he apologized like 10 times for the kiss. He thought it would just be a dumb laugh for the guys and didn't realize how much it crossed the line for both me and his fiance. He also never wanted me to feel uncomfortable and admitted he'd been drinking way too much that night. I told him I completely understood and forgave him for that, at least on my end. Then when I told him about his fiance's request, there was a long silence. He just kept repeating, like, she didn't tell me that. She didn't tell me that, I swear, she didn't tell me that, and said he wished she'd talked to him directly instead of going around him, and he hated how everything looked. Also said that he had been the one to give her my number, as I had hers but never texted her, but thought it was for some surprise plan or present she was planning on surprising him with. After we talked, his fiance texted me apologizing for putting me in that position, but she still stood by that she personally didn't want me there. The bride said she didn't want to be thinking about that on her wedding day, and while she wasn't mad at me, she needed peace of mind. I still don't understand why she's mad at you. I think she's being pretty unreasonable. To cut a long convo short, I'm going. Oh. My best friend told me he wanted me there, but also said he understood if I didn't want to push it with his fiance, but repeatedly said he wanted me there more than anything. I told him I loved him and supported him and I'd go, and that I was sorry for even considering not going. He cried, I cried, like babies, but it ended well enough. Our mutual friends and groomsmen, I'm guessing, are still kind of salty with me because they don't know the real story. I'm not about to spread it around, as it's not my relationship and not my drama to share. My best friend did tell me he'll clear the air as soon as possible prior to the wedding, but until then, I'm just gonna take the L on looking like a flaky a-hole. You know, I'm sure there's some people that are like, oh, it's not just a joke, like, you know, he didn't give consent to the kiss. It's up to OP whether he was uncomfortable with that situation or not. They were drunk. It was supposed to be a joke. I could see it being just a joke. That's me. I think it's very telling that OP isn't uncomfortable to the point where he doesn't want to go to the wedding. I think he knows that it was just a joke and that this guy is just his friend, and he was just, you know, like looking for a way to like make his friends laugh while also not cheating on his wife. You know what I mean? Like it was just a joke. Just to clarify a few things that OP said in the comments, the bride knows that he's going to the wedding. Some people are saying, you know, be careful with her. She's going to make her husband choose between her and you and stuff like that. One person said the bride seems a bit unreasonable, and if I'm reading this correctly, she still doesn't want or expect you to be there, so how is this going to end well? And OP said, I don't know, I was hoping to stay out of her way or view to avoid ruining anything more for her. It is the bride's day, but it's also the groom's day too. Quite frankly, as someone who's been to many weddings, if there's enough people, you can avoid people that make you kind of uncomfortable. So little time, like the day goes by so quickly. There wasn't even really time to be upset about much. It literally just felt like I was just being ushered places and photographs and go here, go there, do this speech, do that. Like, you know, it was just like there wasn't a lot of time. I feel like she'll be okay. I also don't really think that she has a reason to be mad at you in the first place, OP, but anyways. We do have one more update.
3 days later.
Hi guys. The wedding and pre-party happened last weekend, and I've had a few days to process, so here's the update, as promised. First off, I found out through a bridesmaid messaging me on Instagram why my best friend's fiance reacted the way she did. As it turns out, it wasn't just about the bachelor party kiss. It was about him in general, which I had guessed enough thanks to some of the comments. For context, ever since I've known Andrew, my best friend, he's had a history of being impulsive when drunk. I know this is fairly common. I've had the same issue in high school, but I learned to just drink less and eventually leveled out, but Andrew didn't. Over the years, he's done a bunch of crazy stuff, most of which I'd forgotten or never even knew. The bridesmaid listed examples his fiance had mentioned, like when he streaked through campus at midnight on a dare no one pushed him into, or when he kissed mutual friends, including me once, during drinking games in high school, and many other things. Nothing that counted as cheating, but enough of a pattern that he's got a reputation for taking jokes and dares too literally. His fiance, of course, knew a lot about this, and it had been a sore point in their relationship early on. So when the kiss happened with me at the bachelor party, she didn't see it as a one-off joke. She saw it as proof his old habits weren't gone, and she panicked. But again, it's still not your fault, though. In her mind, if he could do that in front of everyone, then what else might happen? Okay, but then blame him. Don't blame someone else. Don't blame the victim. And because it was me this time, that ever constant part of his life, I became part of the problem. Apparently, Andrew made things bad from the get-go when he got back from the party, as he walked into their hotel room with her and her mom there and blurted out the story very obnoxiously. That pissed her off and made her mom, who's apparently very conservative, very uncomfortable. According to the bridesmaid, her mom clashed with Andrew before, and this was the last thing she wanted to see before her daughter's wedding. That same night, the fiance and her mom talked, and her mom was the one who pushed the idea that I should quietly back out. She basically told her it would be a bad look to have me standing up there as part of the wedding party, which did explain why I got that message the next morning. In the end, I did go to the pre-party and the wedding. Both went fast, but well and beautifully. The part that did really unexpectedly hurt me after regarding the honeymoon. Many months before I had suggested this one destination I had gone on vacay to when I was younger, and back then they'd both been excited and even asked me for a hotel, restaurants, recs in preparation. After the wedding, I asked Andrew when they were leaving, and he kind of hesitated before saying they changed plans to somewhere completely different. I was very surprised, but to be honest, we just laughed about it and closed it up with me saying, oh well, and wished them a great time. With more thought, I realized that it's another way of cutting me out and my influence, and it was the point that the reality of it was coming down on me. It's been a few days, and I've driven back home. I've just conceded. While I'm glad I went, I'm not very hopeful for our friendship being the same. It won't be. She's definitely gonna make her husband choose between you. I'm glad that you still went though, and that everything was okay at the wedding. It didn't end up being a big deal, hopefully. I wouldn't be surprised if your friendship gets a little bit less close. I love Andrew dearly, and I really do love his wife too, and I understand why things turned out this way, but I wish I hadn't been the one involved. Drama is very fun to dive into when it isn't you, and that is a fact. I do want to be clear that the blame is on Andrew. While I don't think I deserve to be put in this position, I also believe they, his wife and her mom, tried their best to treat me fairly even when it was hard for them. I also do forgive them, and I'm hoping to move forward even if the friendship I had with him for 20 years probably won't ever look the same. You kind of explaining what led to you getting kicked out of the wedding, it doesn't change anything. She's still blaming you for the fact that she doesn't like her now husband's behavior. It's not your fault. I hope you know that. We got some more best friend wedding drama for you. which is honestly the best kind of wedding drama. But like OP in the last story said, it's better when it's not happening to you. Would I be the a-hole if I refused to attend my best friend's wedding because she's making guests pay for everything? I, 28 female, have been best friends with Emily, 29 female, for over a decade. I've seen her through every breakup, job change, and finding herself phase. So when she told me she was finally getting married, I was genuinely thrilled for her. At first, everything sounded fine until the wedding planning started, turning into a full-blown money pit for everyone but her. Emily's having a destination wedding in Amalfi, Italy, which already means thousands in flights and hotels. I expected that. What I didn't expect was a Google Doc titled Wedding Guest Contributions. Oh no. It had a detailed breakdown of costs that she's expecting each guest to cover.
What?
Side eye. $300 for the rehearsal dinner, mandatory apparently. $250 for group activities like boat tours and wine tastings. $150 for wedding attire coordination. She wants everyone in matching pastel tones for her photo shoot. $100 wedding gift fund. Yes, she literally made a minimum gift contribution. Oh my goodness. I am very sorry, not sorry, but if you are having a destination wedding, that's coming out of your pocket, honey. When I told her I couldn't swing that much, especially after travel costs, she brushed it off with, everyone's chipping in, it's not that big of a deal, love requires effort. The effort is already you traveling to a very hard to get to destination in Italy, I might add. Like Amalfi Coast is like, it's at least 2 flights plus a car, which is very expensive. Like if you're taking like a private car, which is usually the only way that you can even get to Amalfi because you can only drive like all those little like twists and turns that go through the mountains. You have to like literally go through highways that are through the mountains. You either get there by bus or car, but either way, it's literally hours of travel. I wouldn't be surprised if that was like an 18 to 20 hour travel day. So the love is already there by you paying for flights, hotels, other travel costs, the inevitable cost of being somewhere like Italy. The love is already there. You as a host are responsible for paying for your wedding and treating your guests to a wonderful night. My goodness. Meanwhile, she's been posting on Instagram nonstop about her new designer handbag. Ooh, nope. Luxury spa days and even a bachelorette trip to Paris. Oh, the audacity. I love it when people pinch pennies and expect their friends to like front the cost, but then they're going balls to the wall and spending like crazy and buying designer shit. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the money that's being given to her for her wedding is going to all of this, which she covered all fully for herself but expected the bridesmaids to split her fiance's flight. At this point, it doesn't even feel like she wants to celebrate love. It feels like she wants to fund a lifestyle while draining everyone's pockets. I told her I might not be able to make it, and she got cold, saying she expected more loyalty. No, she's treating you like a piggy bank, babe. And that real friends support each other's dreams. No. You want to have a destination wedding? You pay for it. If someone gets you a gift on top of that, awesome. But otherwise, nobody owes you anything. Like, no. Don't get me wrong, I love her, but I'm starting to feel completely taken advantage of. That's because you are being taken advantage of. I've supported her through everything, but I can't justify going into debt for her aesthetic wedding lifestyle. So would I be the a-hole if I told her I'm not coming because I refuse to pay thousands for someone else's big day? You're already paying thousands for someone else's big day. You're taking the time off work, you're flying, you're staying in hotels. Amalfi's expensive, okay? Like, you're literally traveling around only by car, and they are taking advantage of the tourists. You are already committing to pay thousands without having to fund her wedding. This is unacceptable. You would not be the a-hole. Unfortunately, when you have a destination wedding, and I've said this before, you have to be okay with people not being able to afford it. Just baseline, like even just like taking the time off work, you know, like some people really can't do that. Unfortunately, gotta be okay with it. And if she really wanted you there, or any of her guests, frankly, she wouldn't be doing this. This is Bridezilla territory, like for real. This is crazy. It is already such a privilege to host your friends and family in a beautiful destination. It is your responsibility as the host of a wedding to pay for the dinner, for the drinks, for the pre-party, for wedding favors. You're hosting, okay? It is not a potluck. I wouldn't pay to attend many things, but especially a wedding. OP said, exactly, I mean, it's her day and I'm literally her best friend. Why should she demand my loyalty in such a manner? I want to be there for her, but not at the cost of my budget. No, she's demanding loyalty of you, but where's your loyalty? Not the a-hole and send your regrets and move on. She's being absurd. She is. I've only heard of brides doing this like a few times, and almost every single time it makes it to the internet because it's not okay. Like, where did you get this idea that it would be okay to do this to your guests? Like, that's so ridiculous. No friend would do that to other friends, period. This isn't a wedding, it's a charity ball. If a bride wants a dream wedding of a specific style, they pay for it themselves. That's on period. I had my wedding near Amalfi this year. We paid for everything except people's flights and hotel. We even hired a shuttle to run from hotel to venue. Yes, we also did this. Because you are hosting, you want to make sure people get home safe. You want to make sure that people are not inconvenienced by the situation. You want people to think about your wedding and just love every moment. Oh my gosh, I've heard horror stories about weddings like, you know, like not having heaters and like it poured rain and it was freezing cold and people didn't have places to sit. It's so inconsiderate. It's actually shocking to me. If you're gonna plan an event, take care of people. It's the least you can do. Otherwise, have a smaller event or elope. The one that gets me the most is $300 for the rehearsal dinner per person. What kind of extravagant dinner is that? Your friend is acting entitled. You should turn down the invitation, save your money, and find a new best friend. So would you be the a-hole if I refused to attend my best friend's wedding because she's making guests pay for everything? No, come on, you don't even need to ask that. My childhood's best friend's wedding was the worst. I was a bridesmaid in my childhood best friend's wedding. I wasn't expecting it to be such a scheisse show, but it was the worst 24 hours of wedding festivity I've ever experienced. Oh Lord, no. She was not a bridezilla at all and let us choose our own dresses in the color she chose, which was great. My parents were invited, as was my family, husband and kids, but since we lived 8 hours away, I opted to go with my mom and dad and leave my kids and husband at home. So my dad drove me and dropped me off at a hotel the night before the rehearsal, and I rode to the venue with another bridesmaid. We were supposed to stay at the venue the night before the wedding since it was about 40 minutes outside the city and in the middle of nowhere. I got to the rehearsal lunch and it was on the lawn outside of the venue and there was a potluck set up. Okay, that's fine. I get that not everyone has a huge budget. We do the rehearsal and eat this weird potluck meal. And then the bride says to all the 6 bridesmaids,
"Don't forget to make yourself a plate for dinner and go put it in the fridge inside."
I was immediately taken aback, but I followed directions without objecting. That night, we were supposed to be having her bachelorette party. So I was expecting to go out or at least order in a meal. But instead, we had funky potluck leftovers. Okay, fine, whatever. It was one meal, so I moved on. Then we all have to help set up tables outside, and my friend says,
"I need you guys to make your bouquets, prepare food for tomorrow, and iron the tablecloths and set up chairs and tables."
I'm sorry, what? Oh, you the hired help, honey. We spent 6 hours working our asses off and my back was screaming after ironing these cloths with her sister. Oh, no, no, no. Again, I get that budgets can be tight, but there was no warning that we were going to be put to work, and I was in a mini dress and heels doing hard labor and moving furniture. Wow, the fact that she didn't even tell you, that's crazy. It's one thing if, like, people offer. It's an entirely different thing to be like, "Hey, show up."
By the way, you need to do all the hard labor.
Her husband-to-be and his white trash friends left right after rehearsal and stayed in a hotel and got trashed. Not a scrap of help from them. Come 8 p.m., we were all exhausted, but we rallied and ate our crusty potluck food while the 7 of us shared a solitary bottle of champagne. It was nice to catch up and chat. The morning of the wedding, we all got dressed and did our makeup, and then the other bridesmaids started freaking out because they didn't know how to do their hair. And the bride said we all needed to try to do something with our hair. Oh my goodness. As a mom of 2 daughters, I stepped in and did the hair of the 4 bridesmaids and had to scramble to do my own before the ceremony. The bride had a hairstylist and makeup artist come in. If she had offered, I gladly would have paid to have mine done, but it was not an option at that point. The ceremony was fine, but I was just ready to go home. Then we get to the reception. They brought in a barbecue truck to provide the food, which was forgettable. And they had a bar, but I was told that we had to pay for our drinks. Again, okay, that's fine. I'll buy my own damn Pinot Grigio. Then I see the groomsmen getting progressively more tanked, and they are at the bar every 5 minutes. I asked the bride what was up with that, and she said,
"Oh, my new husband paid for his groomsmen to have an open bar."
Okay, so the groom paid for his friends to drink, but the bride did not pay for you guys to drink. Am I understanding that? These dudes were being so nasty, and it was throwing the vibes off massively. The bridesmaids and I danced and enjoyed ourselves as best we could with our self-purchased drinks, and then finally, it's time for the bride and groom to leave. A huge limo rolls up, and the bride is shocked. She says,
"Oh my gosh, my parents said they had a surprise for us."
She then informed me that since I'd moved away, her mom and dad had become multi-millionaires.
At Avis, we rent cars, unlike anyone else rents cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
Because because they invested in properties all over town so they could afford the limo. I asked tactfully if they had been the ones who paid for the wedding, and she said,
Oh yeah, all of it. They're loaded.
You could have fooled me. So why were you the hired help then? Doesn't sound like they paid for much. The bride and groom rode away, and then her parents came up to the wedding party and said it's time to tear down. The groomsmen were blitzed and sinking away, and the other bridesmaids and I were so pissed. Do not give people a reason to feel this way about your wedding. I swear to God. I finally just said no. I had my parents there at this time, so I hopped in their car and hightailed it out of there. It was the worst wedding I have ever been to, and it made me so angry to find out that her parents are loaded and they didn't feel like paying for their youngest child to have a nice wedding. I mean, maybe they did pay for some things, or maybe she pocketed some of the money. Maybe the bride is just bragging. But I just find it weird how they're so rich and they couldn't have paid for someone to iron the tablecloths or like pay for like a decent meal for you guys. Like, come on. She's somehow still married to her husband, but I hate him so much. They came to visit my family a few years ago and he kept pulling my dog's tail, which confirmed my suspicions that he's an a-hole. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this story. It felt good to get it off my chest. Remember, folks, if you can pay for help on a special day, don't be an a-hole and cheap out. There is no excuse. I'm sorry. If you can't afford a big wedding or even a rehearsal dinner, then don't have one, okay? Don't make your friends and family do it for you. Like, geez. If they offer, then great. They just show up expecting to like have fun. No, by the way, you guys are doing the hard labor. Have fun. Save some juice for the end where you gotta tear everything down. Okay, OP answered some questions. No, they aren't friends anymore. Her parents did not give her extra money from whatever budget you all think there was. They are literally just cheap as hell. I'm not AI. I'm a basic white bitch who likes Pinot Grigio. Pinot Grigio is from Italy, which I also enjoy, but Pinot Grizz is from France. Okay, noted, sorry. I thought it was Grizz was short for Grigio. And this is a photo from the wedding to prove that it's not AI with her Pinot Grizz. Look at this comment. I fully agree with this. I can't believe she made the bridesmaids do all the work and then the groomsmen get free drinks and you don't. That is so impolite. It really is. That is so embarrassing. Oh my God. How are you not embarrassed? It's like when you ask someone to help you move, you know what I mean? You ask people to help you move. I'm sorry, you better have some nice cold beer in the fridge for those people, okay? That's the least you can do. They better get all your free stuff. All the stuff that you don't want to take with you when you move, they better get it. Normally, I don't like this whole like tacky wedding thing. Like tacky aesthetics or whatever. Like I don't like to judge people's wedding aesthetic or wedding choices. But this is absolutely tacky. Absolutely. Tasteless, tacky, and impolite. Do not ever do this, please, if you're planning a wedding. Please. Or you'll end up in one of my videos. Subscribe!
Oh. Okay. Y'all go back to watching motherfucks.
My best
doing
friend
cakes.
confessed her feelings for me.
Which, y'all go back to watching this. I'm gonna watch anime. Not this one, though. That's Alice's. I don't want to watch that one. I'm going to watch... Wait, what was I watching? What was I watching previously? Before Alice interrupted me and demanded something else. I was watching this one. I'm gonna have to start over. Doot. Start this all over again.
いつもの通勤、いつもの仕事、いつもの帰宅。そんな当たり前が幸せなはずなのに。非日常。ほんの少しだけそれを望んでいる俺も確かに存在するのだ。やあ。あなたは？僕は太陽系を管理するものだよ。 宇宙人？どちらかっていうと神の方が近いかな。宇宙で管理職していると思って。ああ、一気に庶民的になった。さて、このマデウスって惑星はいくらいじってもうまくいかなくて、定期的に文明が滅んじゃうんだ。だから僕が手を出すことになったんだよ。その世界に一滴の雫を垂らす。それは波紋となり、時には世界を変えるほどの大波となる。君にはその一滴になってもらう。いきなりそんなことを言われても。君は死んじゃっているからマデウスに行かないと魂ごと消えるよ。とんでもないことあっさり言うな。もちろん身一つで行かせるわけじゃない。君が望むだけのギフト、異能力ってやつを与えるよ。いや、ギフトって何をくれるんだ？そうだね、魔法を使えるようにしておこう。魔法？魔力極限と。他に望むものは？え？かわいいパートナー！うん、大丈夫。時期が来たら会えるよ。おお！探査能力も強化しておくよ。素材を売ればお金になるからね。採取した素材を入れる便利なカバンもつけておこう。素材採取？それから世界言語や各種体制も。体が。そろそろ時間だね。あれとこれをつけたから、ちょっとつけすぎたかも。ああ、パートナーそれになるの？大丈夫かな？おい、それって何？よくないし。大丈夫、ね、君なら大丈夫だよ。大丈夫って今2回言ったよね。なんか嫌な予感がするんだけど。ここからどうしよう。人が住んでいるところを探すか。
I changed it to this stitch.
やった集落だ。でも無一文で訪れても食事にもありつけなさそうだし。探査能力も強化しておくよ。素材を売ればお金になるからね。探査魔法発動。何も起きない。もしかして言い方が違うのか。探査、探す、サーチ。もしかして素材の場所？ひらめいたら魔法が発動するのか？それならもっと細かく調べる方法は。調べる、調査、スキャン。出た！便利な魔法だ。しかも初めての素材採取がランク B。 一通り光っているのを集めてみるか。よし、こんなものかな。ランクが低いのしかないな。石？綺麗だな。これはかなりいいんじゃないか。スキャン。うんこかよ。しかもランク高っ。はあ、とりあえず分かったのは売買できる素材はマーク別に表示され、探査魔法で見つけ出せるということ。なるほどね。とにかく素材は見つけられたし、売ったらどれくらいの金額になるのか。日が暮れる前に村に行ってみますか。
わ
旅人かい？
どうも、タケルって言います。
えらい大きいが、戦士か剣士なのか？
あ、いや、素材を売りたくてですね。
素材採取専門家かい？こりゃまた珍しい。俺はマーロー、この天村自警団の一人だ。素材屋はあいにくとないんだが、雑貨屋なら一つある。そこを訪ねるといい。
ありがとうございます。
Are they hobbits?
あ、どうも。
Hobbitses! Ooh, Hobbitses!
こんにちは。
いらっしゃい。見ない顔だな。探し物でも？
すみません。こんなんでも売れますか？
ほうほう。ハンマーリコイの糞じゃないか。形も強度もいいな。色もいい。兄さん、こんなのよく見つけられたな。銀貨5枚でどうだ？
相場がわかりません。宿代っていくらですか？
一晩500レイブだな。ちなみに銀貨は1枚1000レイブだ。
宿代が5000円くらいだとするとうんこが5万円。
おい、聞いているか？
Very expensive.
はい、それでいいです。
よっしゃ、お互いいい取引ができたな。
気づけ、頬ずりしているそれはうんこだ。
ブブ。
まだ素材があるなら全部見せてくれよ。おお、これ全部あんたが取ってきたのか。すげえな。なんでこんなど田舎に持ってきたんだい？
いろんな素材を集めながら旅をしていまして。
なるほどな。兄さん、あんたの腕を見込んで頼みたいことがあるんだが。
頼み？内容にもよりますが。
そうか、実はな、東の山にあるミスリル鉱石を採取してきてほしい。
その山までの地図とかあれば。
もちろんある。決まったからには持ってきた素材36万レイブでどうだ
？36万？360万円。
あそこにはモンスターが出るんだが、頼んだぞ。素材採取か。
え？モンスター出ちゃうの？はあ、やっと一息つけた。シャワーか風呂に入りたいな。
宿のものです。お湯をお持ちしました。1回ごとに30レイブです。
このお湯で何を？
体や足を拭いたりするのよ。旅人さん誇りっぽいでしょ？
風呂は。
お風呂なんてないわよ。貴族じゃあるまいし。
風呂がない？
魔導士が魔法できれいにしてくれることもあるらしいけど、取る身にはないわ。
魔法で？ありがとう。はい、これ。
こんなに？
ありがとね。体をきれいにする魔法。洗う。清潔にする。清潔。クリーン。
Why did he orgasm? I have questions.
すっげえ、これは便利だ。でも風呂好きとしてはすごく物足りない。
He wants to scrub his own butthole.
掴んできたな。よし、回収。さてと、スペード？初めてじゃないか？なんだ？うわー！びっくりした。ここで戦って力尽きたんだろうか。マジか。こんなの見たらほっとけないよな。 よしっと。バリア発動。よし。次に水を注いで、あとは宿でもらった調味料とそこらで引っこ抜いた野草、最後に肉を投入っと。完成。いただきまーす。肉汁とスープが絡み合ってうますぎる。異世界最高。ここは白寿の森、別名エンシェントドラゴンの森と呼ばれ、モンスターが跋扈する危険地帯。そんな場所によく行かせたな、あのおっさん。ライト。鉱石の反応がない。それにしてもモンスターどころか生き物一匹いない。なんでだ？もしかして俺ものすごく臭い？まあいっか。それで襲われないなら逆に好奇。すっげえ。もう森を抜けそうだ。え？あー！飛ぶフライ！助かった。お、鉱石の反応。銀鉱石か。ミスリルは見つからないな。サーチ。薄いな。奥にあるってこと？揺れてる。採取してさっさと帰るか。フラン。そしてこれをぶつける。さらにイラプション。よし。おお、やった。ようやく見つけた。だけど小さいな。お、また揺れた。でも行けるところまで進んでみるか。すげえ。おお、なんだこれ。こんな綺麗な水初めて見た。スキャン。ランク SS？ 今まで調べた中で一番の大物じゃないか。というかエンシェントドラゴンの魔素が溶け込んだってことは、大昔はこの地底湖に住んでた？それよりこの水持って帰りたいな。でも水袋の水を捨てるのはもったいない。飲めるみたいだからひとまず味見よう。
我の話よ。
おう。
我のやつに耐えたか。
ご自宅だとは思わず不法侵入をしてしまい申し訳ありませんでした。社会に出ていろんな人に頭を下げてきたが、まさかドラゴンに頭を下げる日が来るとは。
肝の据わったものよの。主は何だ。
上白タケルと申します。一応人間です。
人だと溢れんばかりの強大な魔力を感じた。故に我は目覚めてしまった。
強大な魔力ですか。はあ、なんでしょうね。
何者かわからぬが主の魔力は我に匹敵するようだ。
え、もしかしてあなた様はエンシェントドラゴンさんですか？
我が名はボルディアス。
ボル家ボルさんでよろしいですか？
構わぬ。タケルよ、主の力を貸してもらいたい。
はい。
I don't like how they gave that dragon a man body. It's weirding me out. Oops, sorry, y'all got Watching a gatherer's adventure in Isekai.
卵が帰らぬのだ。ただでとは言わぬ。
ミスリル魔鉱石で帰らない卵というのは。おお、でっか。ボルさん、これどうすれば。
魔力を込めてくれ。その光を作ったように。
卵だから温めればいい。いや、ボルさん喜びすぎ。まだ異世界に来たばっかりなのに、もっといろんな世界を見て回りたいのに。
I deserve cookies for you scaring me. Also, this cookie is open.
普通さ、ドラゴンなんて出てきたら気絶するか全速力で逃げるかするよね。まったく早速断りを変えてくれちゃって。それってどういう。僕がね、何十万年も頑張っていじくってきたのに、君があっという間に波紋を広げたのがなんとなく気に食わないわけ。あの子が付与したバカみたいな感薄くしちゃうからね。あの子。あと言っとくけど、君が望んだんだよ、可愛いパートナー。あれ、また視界が。ちょっと困ればいいんだ。は？どういうこと？はい。あれ？
無事か？
ボルさん？ってことは戻ってきたのか？お？またすっとんきょうな鳴き声上げて。ボルさんそんなキャラじゃないでしょ。え？ボルさんの子供が帰ったのか。なめるな、噛むな、生臭。
名を与えよ。
え？名前ってこと？ボルさんが名付けなくていいの？
真名は他にある。主には呼び名をつけてもらいたい。
そうだ、ブラックの B はどうだ？呼びやすいし、なんかお前に合っている気がする。そうか、嬉しいか。
Definitely rounds the bag out more.
ボルディアスか。良き名を得たな。
いや、ブラックの B です。
ブラックノービーよ。これから広き世界を存分に巡るがよい。
Oh,
いやいや、
that's
せっかく生まれた可愛いお子さんをどこの馬の骨ともわからん俺にまるっと任せていいんですか？一体。
我以上の力を持つ主なら安心して預けられる。
痛い。そして生臭い。
頼んだぞ、タケル。
Way to go, Girly Pop. What are you planning on streaming?
マジかよ。B、俺と一緒に素材採取の旅をするか？ よし決まり。だけどその前にクリーン。
Alright. Did I mention that this cookie was terrible? This cookie is terrible. This Maxine's heavenly fresh baked whatever, it is awful. It's bad. It's bad. Not good. It has one that was pretty good. I like the ones that have like raisins or fruit. The carrot cake one. It was good. This one?
今日はここをキャンプ地とする。どうやらボルさんが魔法で俺のアイテムボックスとあの地底湖をつなげたらしい。もう一杯か？いくらでもいいぞ。おかげで B の成長に必要な魔素水が飲み放題。はいはい。ほれ。俺も飲めって？どれどれ？まったりとした軟水。発動。ジェロムのところで買ったこの世界の百科事典には魔石は貴重だと書いてあったのだが、物を温める効果。
I'm gonna do a whole bag in this overlap stitch, but I'm gonna put it all the way through.
俺魔石簡単に作れるんだよな。じゃあ始めるか。
On the pink one and the blue one.
うまそう。
Then it'll be just X's all the way around.
肉スープは2度目だけど、あと5食はいけるうまさなんだよな。お前も食いたいのか？腹壊したりしないだろうな。気をつけろよ、熱いからな。気をつけろって言っただろう。
No song.
うまいか？相棒が水しか飲まないのは味気ないからな。同じものを食べられるのはよかった。 B、親から離れて寂しくないのか？俺のそばにいれば大丈夫って？かわいい。やはりかわいい。こんな可愛くてもランク B。 しかもすごそうなギフトまで持ってるし。だが B はまだ子供だ。子供にはしっかり教えねば。 B、 いいか B、 たとえ俺よりも強かったとしても絶対に無茶な真似だけはするんじゃないぞ。それにお前に何かあればボルさんに叱られるのは俺なんだからな。気持ちよさそうに寝やがって。可愛いパートナーは望んだけど。爬虫類が相棒。あいつわざとか？お、なんだこれ。昨日と同じ森だよな。不気味じゃなくなってる？一晩で何が。 きっとそういう不思議な森なんだな。まあ異世界だし。あんまり遠くには行くなよ。さてと、こっちは素材採取でも始めますか。ランク C の素材に絞ってお願いします、サーチ先生。お、これは初めての草だな。おお、こっちも。B、何があった？サーチ展開。対象獰猛なモンスター。洞窟に入る前は俺の匂いでモンスターが寄ってこないんだと思ったけど、俺の匂いが取れた。よくわからないがモンスターを討伐できるのは悪くない。貴重な素材も手に入るかもだし。ボルさんに比べたら可愛く見えるな。というか空飛ぶ食材じゃないか。
That meat is rich with fat, it says.
アイスニードル展開。無益な殺生はごめんだけど、カルカラには生きる糧にさせていただきます。それいけ。お肉ゲット。続いてのお肉じゃなくてモンスターは6頭。クイックで速度上昇、それからリダクションで体を軽くして、どうとで両手両足にハードでおお、当たった。あっち行け。足が長いって素晴らしい。さてと、お肉素材採取採取と。めんどくさいぞ。このまま森を出るまで戦闘とか無理。どうした B？ 飛んで逃げる気なのか？さすがに。お前力持ちだな。だったらリダクション。B、高く飛びすぎだ。生臭い。生きてる。ちょっと待って、ここって昨日野営したあたりか？B、お前どんだけのスピードで飛んできたんだよ。俺を助けようとしてくれたんだもんな。ありがとう。だけど多分だけど俺は人間なんだ。だから次はもう少し加減してほしい。もうまた何かあったら頼むってこと。加減しろと言ったのに。サーチ先生によると、ここからトルミ村までは歩きで1日の距離。あとは帰るだけだし、ゆっくり行くか。これか？カバンに入ってたんだ。ユグドラシルの枝って言って有名な木の枝らしいぞ。いきなり何すった？マスを込めた息を吹きつけたら目を覚ました？何が？さっぱり意味がわからないんですけど。素材採取家が杖ってありなのか？魔法使いみたいな目立ちそうな職業には思われたくないんだが。あ、B、気をつけろ。何かいる。 新手のモンスターか？B！ どこだ B！ B！ あそこに何がいるんだ？
Oh, I have that game, I think.
エルフ？まさかモンスターに襲われたのか？
違う。
あれ？この音は？
もう3日食うておらん。
腹の音かよ。
水。
ほら水だ。
助かった。
生き倒れエルフの腹の音だったとは。確か宿屋のおかみさんが持たせてくれたとっておきの弁当があったはず。食べるか？エルフってこんなんだったっけ？どうした？
うまいのじゃなんておいしい弁当なのじゃ。あまりのおいしさに天に召されてしまいそうじゃ。
餓死寸前だったら大概うまいよな。
生き返った。
天に召されたり生き返ったり忙しいやつだな。なあ、聞いてもいいか？
ん？なんじゃ？
村から距離はあるが食料が尽きるほどでもないだろ
いや、それはじゃな、急いでて。
急いでいたにしても普通蛍光色くらい用意してるだろう。たとえ冒険者とかじゃなくてもさ。
それは
くさ
はあ？
エルフってペパーミントの香りのする春のそよ風をイメージしてたのに堆肥みたいな匂い。
堆肥？私が堆肥じゃと？仕方ないじゃん。野営を繰り返してきたのじゃかな。もう私は行く。急いでおるのじゃ。助けてもろうたことには感謝する。しかし堆肥とはさすがに無礼じゃぞ。さらばじゃ！
何だったんだあのエルフ。まあいいか。残念なエルフと別れた後、俺たちは素材を採取しながらのんびりと森の外を目指した。よし、森を抜けそうだ。
ビュー。
どうした？何かいるのか？馬車か。あんな遠くから来たのに気づいたのか？すごいな B は。馬がユニコーンだ。
こんなところでどうした？
はい、トルミ村に行くところでして。
歩きでかい？
はい。
そっか、そりゃ難儀なことだ。兄さん、魔法使いなのかい？
いや、違います。素材を集めて売買しているものです。
ほほ、珍しいね。素材採取の専門家だったか。
専門家ではないんですけどね。
俺たちもトルミに戻るところなんだ。よかったら乗ってくかい？
それはありがたいのですが、なんせ俺でかいんですよ。
本当？大きい？でかくて面白いお兄さんだ。
そんな笑えることを言った覚えはないんだけどな。
お兄ちゃん、こちらへどうぞ。
ありがとう。どういうわけか俺、こっちに来てからやたら子供に好かれるんだよな。まあ大人の警戒心も取れるからいい感じで利用させてもらってますが。
なあ、兄さんがでかくてもこの馬車はびくともしないだろ。
はい。でも狭くなってすみません。
いいって困ってる時は助け合うのがトルミの掟さ。
私らは困った人は助けるって決めてるのさ。
決めてるのさ。
ありがとうございます。こんな幼い子たちも旅をしてるのか。危険もあるだろうに偉いな。
はいどうぞ。
ありがとう。でももし俺が盗賊だったりしたらどうするんですか？ガ
へへ嘘だね。だってマジックアイテムが静かだったもん。
オー。マジックアイテム？
もし危険な相手ならこれが鳴るのさ。
へえ、魔石に魔法が仕込まれてるのか。これなら作れそうだな。あ、申し遅れました。俺はタケルって言います。
これはご丁寧に。私はエリザ。この子がユなんでこっちがカイン。
俺はポルンだ。
よろしくです。
あれなんか泣いた？また聞こえた。お兄ちゃん何か持ってるの？そこにいるのね。お兄ちゃん見せて。
ああ、見せるのに支障はないんだけど、なんというか多分すごい珍しいモンスターだと思うんですよ。
ずいぶんともったいぶるね。モンスターはそんなに珍しくもないよ。冒険者がよく連れてることだしね。
え、そうなんですか？あ、じゃあ B、 騒いだり噛みついたりするなよ。
え？
こりゃたまげたね。
その子は粒子かい？
ブラックドラゴンの子供だと思います。さすがにエンシェントドラゴンの子供とは言わない方がいいよな。
ドラゴンってことは兄さんはドラゴンナイトなのかい？
あ、いや、俺はたまたまドラゴンの卵を拾って。
卵から孵化させたのかい？
へえ、そんなことあるもんなんだね。
やっぱりドラゴンって珍しいんですか？
ドラゴンナイト自体あまり見ない特別なもんだからね。ドラゴンはさらに珍しいんだよ。
ドラゴンナイトか。ゲームの定番だよな。もしも会えたらジロジロ見てやろう。ライト。お
お。これでモンスターが寄ってこなくなるのかい？
はい。それに何かあれば B が教えてくれるんで。
そりゃ安心だ。
ドラゴンだしね。
B ちゃんだしね。
ドラゴンの信用半端ないな。
じゃあ夕食の準備でもしようかね。
エリザさん、よかったらお礼に夕食を振る舞ってもいいですか？
え？
お兄ちゃんやっぱり魔法使い？
違う違う。このカバンはアイテムボックスなんだ。
アイテムボックスね。
おいしそう。お料理いっぱい。
こりゃたまげたね。
さあ食べましょう。
いただきます。おいしい。
じゃあ俺たちも。
あらおいしい。お兄さん料理上手じゃない。
本当ですか？ポルンさん、もしかしてお口に合いませんでしたか？
あんたどうしたんだい？
うますぎるんだよ。旅の間干し肉ばっかでよ。こんなうまい飯と子供らの喜ぶ顔見たら俺は涙が止まらねえよ。
ポルンさん大げさですって。
タケルさん、あんたやっぱり魔法使いなんだろ？味覚の魔術師だろ？
何ですかそれ。もう
ルララララルララララルラルララルラルララルララララ
一人きりの静かな晩餐と違ってこういうのも悪くない。俺はこの世界に来て初めて心から笑うことができた気がする。
Oh, I might need to stop stitching soon. My hand is starting to ache.
こういう作業もいいもんだな。
I wonder how to get the rest of the way done though.
何をしているんだい？
おはようございます。ハサミの手入れをしていました。
道具を大事にする人はいい仕事をするんだよ。
成り行きで始めたけど素材採取って結構向いているのかもな。
タケルさん、朝食を取ったら出発しようか。
わかりました。おう。もしよろしければ急ぎ足はできるか？
おお、こいつを懐かせるとはすごいな。
この子が賢いんですよ。おはよう、ビー。
お、見えてきたぞ。
トルミ
村。帰ってきた。
いろいろ世話になってしまったね。ありがとう、タケルさん。
いえ、こちらこそ歩きで帰る手間が省けました。
またね。またね。
ポルンが帰ってきたし、そろそろ春だな。
ポルンさんって何をしている人なんですか？
冬は暖かい地域で編み物を作って生計を立てているんだ。だからポルンが戻ってきたら春の訪れなのさ。狩りができないから食事や物資もギリギリで大変だって言っていたな。
だから俺の料理で泣いていたのか。もらった能力で素材を採取できる俺は恵まれているんだな。
There's one that I want to
そうい
play.
や、ジェロムに依頼された仕事報告しなくていいのか？
そうだった。
Lumaris or some shit like that. Hang on, let me find it. Lunars, L-U-N-A-R-S.
ミスリル魔鉱石を
And
混ぜ
it's
て
a
みたけ
free
ど
one.
ずっとうなっているな。
おい、タケル。
なんでしょう。
やべえもんだぞこいつは。俺が察するに、これはただの鉱石じゃねえ。ミスリル魔鉱石だ。
知っています。
こんなもんどうやって見つけたんだ？伝説上の代物だぞ。
そんな貴重なものなんですか？あ
のな、これは強力な魔素の塊みたいなもんだ。いくつかあればクリゼンドにある魔石の力を補えるだろうよ。
そんなに？
やっと理解したか。
たまたま見つけたんです。
たまたま足元に転がっていたとしても見逃さずに採取してるんだ。運があったにしろ才能、あんたの腕前ってことに違いない。
どうも。
だがな、腕が良くても常識ってもんを知らなすぎる。そこでだ。
They wanted me to play test it. They asked they messaged me to beta test it. But that stopped on the 3rd, so that's what it was. But yeah.
いろんな情報も入るし、冒険者ギルドだってある。そこで常識も学べるはずだ。
Yeah.
ベルカイムの方が買い取れるもんも多い。あんたの腕は惜しいが、名を挙げてトルミのことを宣伝してくれたら、うちも栄えるってわけだ。
名を挙げるつもりはないですが、大きな町。ベルカイムか。ギルド、ギルド。あった。冒険者の組合でいろいろな依頼を各地で斡旋しているのか。一言に冒険者といっても戦闘職とか補助職とかいろいろあるんだな。せっかく異世界に来たんだし、世界を旅していろいろなものを見たい。冒険者ならお金を稼げるだろうし。目指すはベルカイムのギルドだな。だけどトルミでやりたいこともまだあるし、もう少しゆっくりしていこうな。
はい、ロックファルコンの骨から取った出し子だよ。
ありがとうございます。
他に欲しい調味料はあるかい？
十分分けていただきましたから大丈夫です。
明日から寂しくなるね。
俺もです。
村の連中ももう少しいたらどうだって言ってたよ。
すみません、名残惜しいですが、俺いろいろなところを見て回りたいんです。
そうかい。じゃあ無理に引き止めはしないよ。
The friggin' hobbits!
持っていきな。
They're so cute!
道中の弁当。
If I ever get Izakai'd, Silver, you're coming with me, first of all, because you'll fit right in. Secondly, I want to hang out with some fucking hobbitses.
あとこれも。
え、こんなに？
これとそれと。
Load up whenever you want.
アイテムボックス持っていてよかった。結局ジェロムは買い取ってくれなかったんだけどさ、これ何かに使えないかなと思って。難しかったか。お世話になったし、トルミ村の役に立つものにしよう。村の役に立つもの。そうだ、魔法を使って融合、いや結合か。ものは試し、やるだけやってみよう。完成後をイメージしよう。よし、ビアス。スキャン。やった、完璧だ。
道中気をつけてな。
はい。
ピーちゃんまたね。
The Hobbitses!
マーローさん。魔道具を作ってみたんです。
一体どんな？
村に結界を張る道具で、悪意や害異のあるものは一切寄せ付けません。
そんな大層なものをもらっていいのかい？
皆さんによくしていただいたお礼です。俺が帰ってくるまで無事でいてほしいって願いも込めています。なんて。
ありがとうタケル。いつでも帰ってこいよ。
はい、きっと帰ってきます。俺の故郷はトルミ村ですから。
なあタケルよ。
はい。
まさかお前あれを使ったんじゃ。おい待てタケル。
それじゃあ皆さんお元気で。
いってらっしゃい。
またな。
慎重に動くんだぞ。
ベルカイムってどんなところなんだろうな。しかしこの辺りはのどかだな。でかすぎるだろう。まずはスキャン。
Delicious。
このカニ食べられるのか。ナビ、カニってな、めちゃくちゃ美味しいんだぞ。リアクションハード。B。そんなこともできたのか。まだいた。
Crab dance。
でも相手はカニだしな。横にしか動けないならいくらでも倒し方が。なんでカニが直進してくるんだよ。ビー、ありがとうな。助かった。美味しくいただいてやるからな。くらえ超必殺トレー。やったなビー。まずは手にハードをかけて、そして大きな鍋。それから塩を多めに。であとは茹でるだけ。あ、もう食べられそうだな。
He's almost done though.
いただきます。
Cute little stitch I put on him.
これからいろいろなところを
He's gonna have the monochromatic belly.
There
you go. Monochromatic belly.
まさに防壁って感じだな。綺麗な建築だ。
Where's all my shit? Ah, there they are. Okay, we're good then.
商業都市ベルカイム。大陸一のギルドがあるのか。町に入るための審査か。
Alright, bye TikTok.
魔法で普通のカバンに見せかけておいた方が良さそうだな。
次の方どうぞ。
ちょっとだけおとなしくしていてくれ。
Holy Christ. Alright, whoever's left on here, I'm not rating out anywhere. I'm just done. So, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget, check out social medias and all that shit. And I'm sure I will be back tomorrow because I'm in the middle of